Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Water and Power Commissioners meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 17th. This proceeding is broadcast on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. General Counsel?
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Richard Tom, Assistant General Counsel of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. This is a special meeting of the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. With me in the DWP boardroom are Commission President McLean Hill and Commissioner Reyes, as well as Nancy Sutley in place of the General Manager for the time being, the Board Secretary, and very limited essential staff only. As permitted under Governor Newsom's Executive Order of March 17, 2020, the other members of the Board of Water and Power Commissioners, Commissioners Barad, Neiman, Brady, and Lehrer, are teleconferencing from remote locations. Also consistent with the Governor's order, all public comment will be taken telephonically. We may announce a recess if we have technical difficulties or lose a quorum due to technical difficulties. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 213-306-3065 and use meeting ID number 146-410-9601 and then press pound. Let me repeat that number. The phone number is 213-306-3065 and the meeting ID number is 146-410-9601 and then press pound. When it is your turn to speak, the Board Secretary will call on you by your partial telephone number. To members of the public calling in, when it is your turn to speak, please state whether you are speaking on general public comment or identify the specific agenda item or items you would like to speak on. You will have 2 minutes per item to speak, up to 5 minutes total. The Board Secretary will tell you when your time is up. Finally, and very importantly, for members of the public calling in to speak, if you are also listening to the board meeting on your computer or on a speakerphone, please turn down the volume on those devices before you start speaking live to the commissioners. Otherwise, we will experience echoes and audio feedback. Madam Secretary, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I'll be doing roll call. Please say present. Commissioner Barad? Commissioner Barard?
I'm having on mute.
Good morning, Commissioner. Commissioner Lehrer?
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. President McLean Hill?
Present.
Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Vice President Reyes?
Present.
Commissioner Barard? We'll get back to Commissioner. Is she available? Okay, four members are present and a quorum.
Thank you. I have no opening remarks, Susie, so we'll go directly to public comment.
Okay. For the general public comment, there are 2 special meetings today with the 1:30 meeting covering only item 8B. Anyone who would like to speak on item 8B at the start of the 10 a.m. meeting will be allowed to do so. And then public comment will be reopened at 1:30 on item 8B for anyone else who would like to speak. The number is 213-306-3065. Enter code 146-410-9601 pound. Thank you. Hello? Okay. Moving on to caller number 1. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on. Unmute yourself, please. That's Mr. Chryslew. Please unmute yourself. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Moving on to Simone Arias. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Moving on to Joseph. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on.
Okay, now you're unmuted. Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Who's speaking?
Okay, you should be okay.
Oh, that's Jill.
Okay.
Did you answer the phone?
Commissioner Berard, are you available?
Hello?
Hi.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Commissioner. We can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hello, Simone Arias.
Yes, Simone, please state your name, your full name, and the item you wish to speak on. Simone? Simone, are you there? We're having technical difficulties with our speaker call-ins.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hello, Simone Arias. Yes, Simone, state your name.
Simone?
It's actually playing back what you've already said. I don't know how it's recording and playing back.
Okay, moving on to Blanca de la Cruz.
Are we having sufficient technical difficulties that we should
Yes, why don't,
restart?
yes, why don't we
Take a
adjourn,
brief
adjourn
adjournment.
for 5 minutes to determine if we can fix this? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please remain silent as we work with this technical difficulties on the speaker call-in.
I was gonna say you're like me, a public school kid.
Okay, good morning. We are now reconvening from our special meeting, and we are going to general public comment. Good morning, callers. I'm sorry, let me do roll call one more time. Commissioner Barad,
She's on mute.
Commissioner Barad,
Keep going.
President McLean Hill,
I think that was Commissioner Berard who's present. McLean Hill is present.
Commissioner Neiman Brady,
Present.
Commissioner Lair,
Present.
Vice President Reyes. Present. Okay, 5 members present and a quorum. Going to general public comment. Good morning, callers. As I unmute you, please state, I'm sorry, you are going to have to press *6 to unmute yourself. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on. Calling with number 1, Mr. Crislew. Please state your full name and the item you wish to speak on. Press *6, please.
Yeah, good morning. This is Christos Cristilio, and I'm here to speak on item 21.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to express my strong support for approving the renewal of the LADWP, LA Unified School District MOU, as it will continue our prolonged strategy to increase energy efficiency and water conservation in our schools. This has been a great partnership between the 2 agencies, and our team successfully completed several lighting projects, tested new technologies, provided education awareness programs, and completed water conservation upgrades. These types of projects help our district improve learning environments and minimize utility costs. The cost savings can then be allocated for use in the classrooms. This is a win-win situation. So let's just continue our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving to the next caller. Blanca de la Cruz, please state what item you wish to speak on. Press *6, please. Blanca, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
I wish to speak on item 8B.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Blanca de la Cruz. I'm the Sustainable Housing Program Director with the California Housing Partnership. We work closely with nonprofit affordable housing developers across the state, advocating for clean energy programs, and we help to implement the low-income weatherization program, which is known as LIWIP. And this program is very popular with the affordable housing providers because it uses third-party contractors to do the work. And I wanted to speak to express the importance of keeping the program model because it works very well for affordable housing that are leveraging tax credits. The board approved $100 million for low-income multifamily customers over a year ago, and this money has not yet been put to work to help the most vulnerable residents in the city. And I recognize that it might still be early in the discussions of developing a program at DWP, but I want to express the interest in keeping the model as it is, and any alterations into the model will significantly create delays, and it is not consistent with the intent of the board that allocated the funds. As well as any further delays would also mean that the DWP would not be able to reach low-income residents that live in affordable housing properties right now that are leveraging public resources and that could very much use this program immediately. So I want to express my organization's support in beginning at DWP, focusing on a pilot that fully utilizes the existing model of the LIWIT program using third-party contractors. And this would allow DWP to start helping residents now, but also to get a better sense of the project workflow and the kind of staffing that is required to be able to then consider modifications. But just want to point out that there are ramifications for changing the LIWIT program model, and want to make sure that there is no missed opportunity for affordable housing providers as well as their residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next caller. Cameron Hurt, please state the item you wish to speak on. Please press star.
Hello, item 8B.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Cameron, and I am representing the Repower LA Coalition as a resident of Los Angeles, and we're excited to see how many people are going to be relieved by this utility grant assistance program, but we got to be real about the limitations. You know, the fact that less than one in four of the 430,000 people who need this may not be eligible. So we really recommend that this program is created and expanded by April 1st, 2021 to include 20,000 more low-income customers with serious debt before the moratorium ends, as well as like when it comes to affordability, we really need to make sure that the debt relief in the form of a write-off program, we need to make sure that that happens, and stabilizing bills, making sure that the payment plan is a percentage of income. We need all the late fees to be waived even after the moratorium is lifted. And we also need better points of contact so that customers can avoid disconnection during financial troubles. We believe that applicants should be auto-enrolled in every low-income program and energy savings program. And when it comes to transparency, we need to make sure that the metrics include the success of this program in Black and Latinx communities and other communities of color, improving transparency and stakeholder engagement. And, you know, ultimately the board should request the staff to report back in 1 month with those metrics. And we definitely need a strong arrearage management program for those facing financial hardships who don't qualify. And ultimately, we believe that, you know, a wide range of documents should be accepted as proof of inability to pay bills. So that means unemployment checks, notices of termination, and a few other things, but really leaving that open for people. And we got to make sure that we prioritize customers in debt or in zip codes with high arrearages. So these are just the suggestions as we go toward the Fresh Start program, and we applaud the board for everything that's been accomplished and look forward to more.
Thank you. Moving on to the next caller. Jeannie Plum, please state the item you wish to speak on. You have 2 minutes. Press star 6. Jeannie Plum, please press star 6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Thank you, Commissioners. I am addressing the issue that you heard at a previous commission meeting on the DeSoto Tank project up here in Chatsworth. I've been involved in the design of the equestrian trail there for some time. I tried to talk with you at your previous meeting and couldn't get through the phone line. So my issue now, as you see from my letter, is that I certainly support the project. However, I'd like you to note, please, that on the equestrian trail alignment that I got in the mail from you on September 21st, 2020, you'll see that the trail is aligned along Winoli and crosses over a very large culvert pipe that was installed from your property underneath Rinaldi and out to the south by the developer Porter Ranch Company. Please note that the horses cannot walk over that culvert. And please align the trail so that it goes in front of the culvert and we're on grade level. I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. Other than that, the alignment aligns exactly where the old Mission Trail runs. I'd also like a further description of the wall that has been designed between the trail for sound purposes. It looks good. I'd also like to tell the commissioners that after working with the city departments for 45 years on equestrian trails, I've never experienced such cooperation and efforts to make the equestrian trail work across your properties as I have from your participants, especially your secretary and Mr. Howe that communicates with me. Lastly, I'd like to express the equestrians' appreciation for allowing us to ride across your property for the last almost 100-some years, and hope we'll be able to continue on the Old Mission Trail when you begin construction of the DeSoto tanks. I'd appreciate being updated on any construction changes and to look into this culvert situation so the trail can pass by it safely. You'll have my handwritten letter and the trail that I outlined as well. But I was sent the picture from September 21st, 2020 by Mr. James Howe, and that's the picture I'm alluding to. So I look forward to communications from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Just really quickly, I know we don't respond to public comment, but I just want to thank the caller for her persistence in checking in and also compliment the department for its work with respect to this particular issue. I know it seems small, but it's incredibly important to equestrians. So I very much appreciate all the work that you've done to be accommodating with this project.
Thank you. Moving to the next caller, Laura, please state the item you wish to speak on and unmute by pressing *6. Laura, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Moving to the next caller. Michelle, please state your full name and the item you wish to speak on. Press *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Michelle Hassan from NRDC, the Natural Resources Defense Council. I did want to speak on two items. Unfortunately, I haven't heard any of the board discussion or conversation. I've called in 3 times and have been placed on hold and haven't heard presentations, discussion. So it's a little bit difficult to comment. I do, however, want to start off with agenda item 8B on height and lie width, and just note that there are some challenges in terms of implementing the program and in terms of ensuring that we can get the investment of $100 million allocated to multifamily affordable housing out the door as soon as possible. NRDC and partners in the Energy Efficiency for All Coalition look forward to working with the board and staff to address these concerns to ensure that we can get these program investments to Angelinos that need it the most. And again, I wish I could comment in more detail. I haven't heard anything. It's hard to comment. But I would like to also comment on agenda item 8D and really highlight the unique opportunity that this program and this pilot presents to DWP. DWP is the largest municipal utility in the nation, and what DWP does, other utilities do follow. And we have been fortunate enough to work with a stakeholder group of staff and under the leadership of Board President McLean Hill, really understanding how to develop a program that can address a sustainable approach to long-term affordability for low-income Angelenos. We understand this is challenging and that a pilot program has to start small. We do hope that we can continue to partner with DWP and find opportunities for resources and also ensure that DWP's mechanisms and staff and fiscal sustainability in the long term are strong. We understand that the utility grant program is a great first step, and we know that the Fresh Start program is a great second step, and that we'll need a lot of understanding to develop a program from this pilot that can be sustainable, both for customers and also for staff. So we look forward to continuing to work with the stakeholder group and providing research and analysis should that be needed, and possibly looking for external resources to help create a sustainable grant program in the long term and really streamline enrollment of low-income customers to all their programs. Again, I'm sorry, it's very difficult to comment on a meeting. I haven't heard much about it, just read the agenda. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving to the next caller, Joseph, please state the item you wish to speak on. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Joseph, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello. Oh, hello. My name is Joe Sullivan. I'm speaking on item number 21 today. I work for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11, and the National Electrical Contractors Association of Greater Los Angeles. And I want to start out by saying good morning to the board and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. We strongly encourage the board to renew the Memorandum of Understanding between LADWP and Los Angeles Unified School District. Not only will this help LADWP achieve its energy efficiency goals, benefit the environment, save energy for LAUSD, reduce school maintenance, provide a better learning environment for students, it will create much needed jobs during the time of COVID when industries like ours are hard hit. This work's been very important and meaningful to our contractors and electricians at this time. And given the nature of this work, we've been able to socially distance and perform this work safely. There hasn't been a single incident of COVID while performing this work. And we employ electricians from DWP service territory and disadvantaged communities. We do extensive outreach to people who have been previously incarcerated as well as veterans. And programs like these force us to hire apprentices into our program. And ours is a remarkable apprenticeship program. It's a 5-year program at no cost to the students. We spend about $30,000 on each student. They earn while they learn. The labs are state-of-the-art. We spent millions of dollars on technology and equipment. And our apprentices, after the 4th month, earn full family benefits, medical and dental. And when they graduate, they earn family-sustaining wages and retirement benefits. So in addition to all the other benefits, this program will serve to strengthen our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, with the area code 323 and the last 2 digits 69, please state your name, the item you wish to speak on, and press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Siboney with Scope, and I'm speaking on item 8D.
Please go ahead.
Hello, so just excited to see that we're moving forward the Utility Grant Assistance Program. although noting that there are limitations in terms of accessibility to low-income people, and that there's kind of like an under-enrollment issue. Just getting information out there to all the people that need it is difficult, and then having them apply as well. So I recommend definitely moving forward with the Fresh Start program so that I can create and expand it by April 1st. So that we can include more low-income customers that are experiencing debt issues and who are sort of hitting a hard time because of COVID and all the things that are happening and can't find work or employment and just monetary funds. And so I urge also that we collaborate with local organizations to maximize the program's reach, and mainly also that we work together in a community forum or town hall style to increase engagement, to get more input, and to just share the program plans, accessibility, and requirements. And this also just probably be a good space for updates about any of the other things happening with LADWP and the moratorium and all that stuff. And so I really urge for this community engagement and involvement and to push forward for a more long-term solution for utility debt because utilities are a necessity, not a luxury at this point in time. So I hope we can do that moving forward, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving to the next caller, Laura. Please state your name, your full name, and the item you wish to speak on. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
And Susie, how many callers do we have?
This will be the last caller.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Laura Morita. I'm speaking on agenda item 8D.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'm the Research and Communications Director at SCOPE, a South Los Angeles community-based organization. And we are encouraged by the actions taken.
Laura?
Sorry, can you hear me now? I'm seeming to have some audio issues.
Yes, now we can hear you. Please go ahead. Laura?
We are encouraged. Sorry, can you hear me? I am really sorry about this.
Just keep talking. We can hear you.
We are encouraged by the actions taken by the board over the past few months to address longstanding issues of rate affordability and utility debt. And we see the utility grant program and debt relief program as an important first step. However, we'd like to see a full debt relief program implemented.
I think we've lost Laura.
All right, then if she calls back, we can take her up when we take up the item. And otherwise, can we move forward?
Yes, please. All public comment is now closed.
Thank you. Next is report briefing by the General Manager.
Good morning, Commissioners, and I apologize for being a few minutes late. Thank you, Nancy, for sitting in, although I hope I didn't jinx the meeting by by actually being on time. I actually was on a call this morning. One of the items I wanted to mention was today is a big Green Hydrogen Coalition conference. It's the first of a few days, and so the mayor gave a keynote address this morning to between 400 and 500 delegates, probably mostly across the Southwest United States, but some across the country as well. and I followed the mayor with the discussion about the Intermountain Power Project and what we're doing there. And so, fortunately for us, we are the focal point of green hydrogen and its development in the western United States, with the hope that, as the person from NRDC mentioned about, when we do something, we lead by example and others follow. So we're hoping that not only in the spaces that were mentioned by the folks making public comment today, but also in the energy sector, that will set an example for how to get to a clean energy future, and the IPP will be a key part of that. Also, yesterday, another event that we participated in was LABC did a FIT workshop, co-sponsored by Council President Nuri Martinez, and it was really aimed at targeting, and also sponsored in part by Pacoima Beautiful. Was geared really at trying to get more outreach in terms of rooftop solar in the San Fernando Valley, particularly in the Northeast Valley, and people to participate in the feed-in tariff program, and also the program where people will let us use their roofs to put our solar on, and get us let us borrow their roofs for a fee. Greg Sarvis of our staff is one of the key folks in the FIT program, and did a great job of answering questions and presenting how the program works. It's the second one we've done of its sort in that area to try to really reach a different part of the community, and some of the folks that are involved from a vendor standpoint in the FIT programs were there as well. Just to let you know, right now we have about a little over 70 megawatts of FIT program energy in service. We have 90 megawatts in process and more room to grow. We do have the largest feed-in tariff program in the country for any municipality. And then I believe in early 2021, we're going to bring a couple more aspects to the program to the board about net metering, and also about energy plus storage, about making that part of the program. So it continues to be a very important program for us, and we're trying to leverage it not only to be a bigger, better program in terms of what we can offer, but also to make sure that it's available and advertised throughout all parts of the city. Would like to also call out, speaking about power issues, on November 8th and 9th, it was a Sunday and Monday, we had our first real wind event of the season. It's not a surprise that we had a number of outages associated. We get usually the first episode of broken tree branches and flying palm fronds, which caused a lot of challenges for our crews. We had 49 crews on that Sunday and Monday. We had as many as almost 17,000 customers out at one time. Restoration went very effectively. We did a good job of getting on top of the issue. Overall, about almost 43,000 customers were affected. Certainly, as you know, we have a very robust tree trimming program in our right-of-ways. And in terms of around power lines, with a lot of customer-owned trees and other trees that we don't control, that can become a hazard as well. So we'll probably see when we get first rains, we'll see another episode of this when the branches get heavy. Then after that, hopefully we'll hit a kind of a steady state for the wintertime. During the event, we have a power outage notification system, and we actually saw a good increase in enrollment during the wind event because people found a way to automatically get updates for power outages. We currently have a little over 38,000 customers enrolled to get outage notifications about power outages. On the waterfront, we had our first snow of the season in the Eastern Sierra. We followed a below normal winter with a dry summer. They're predicting, based on La Nina conditions, that we'll have a below average winter. Right now, we're at 21% of normal. Doesn't mean a whole lot this early in the season, but they are predicting potential couple inches of precipitation in the Mammoth area. So, of course, what happens in the Eastern Sierra affects not only the communities up there and our obligations to meet water supply demands for ranching and farming and domestic use in the Owens Valley and the Mono Basin, but also how much we can bring to the city down the LA Aqueduct. So we always keep a close eye, but we had our first snows of the season to kick things off. And then lastly, on the LA Cares program, we have an update coming up. We have seen some uptick in the last few days of registration. We had 10,000 applications additional over the weekend. We had another 10,000 in the last night. So we're just about 45,000 applications, and we have more information about the outreach efforts coming up on the board. So you'll hear more details and a chance to ask any questions about that. So unless you have any questions for me, that's my update.
Are there any questions from commissioners who are participating remotely? Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, ma'am.
Marty, are we expected to do another IPP project update in December next month?
I don't know if we had one scheduled or not. We can certainly do one then or anytime.
Quarterly?
Yeah, and so there's not a whole lot change except we're going through the process. We've selected the manufacturer for the turbines, and the RFP is actually in evaluation for providing hydrogen, the first phase of a two-phase RFP. But we can do an update. Probably
Maybe a short
Yeah, just a short refresher would be great. Yeah, we can do that.
That'll be great.
Yeah.
And then my other concern is about the rapid rise in COVID cases again. And I'm just curious, what phase are we in with our COVID plan? Like where are we?
So that's a great question. So right now the bulk of our employees that work in office spaces are still telecommuting and coming in 2 days a week, and they vary so that there's not too many people in the office at any one time. Field crews are at 100% working separately with their own crew, also doing as much remote reporting or not mingling in the yards as possible. We do now have all supervisory personnel coming to work all the time. Our building occupancy at this building is probably about 40%. We've had no transmissions of cases amongst employees, and I find a lot of wood to knock on. But and the measures of our custodial staff are fantastic. I mean, Jose's here to make sure that we're safe in here with our own measures, and so we do continue to see an increase in cases very similar to what's going on in society around us. People are getting sick if they go travel or see family in other places. People are fortunately not getting sick at work, and we aim to keep it that way. If we do see a problem, we'll certainly adjust as necessary, and we are keeping a very close eye on what's going on with the uptick in cases around us. But even with that, people around the halls with their masks on and doing the distancing and such, and it is allowing us to keep getting our work done at the same time, being very, very cautious and protective of employee health.
Yeah, because I know we're approaching our worst numbers, and it's all about behavior.
It is.
Right? And also about messaging, because I know that we're very concerned about safety on the field, and in our offices as well. But consider that our offices is indoor setting, and even with masks on and physical distancing, we really have to make sure that the behavior is out there, that they're safely distancing and not gathering in small crowds, and that if we have the opportunity to pause the influx of employees back to the indoor offices, we should do that. And that's why I ask about what phase are we in, because 40% is kind of a high number if 40% occupancy is back. Here at the JFB, we have the opportunity to telecommute. Telecommuting has worked, and I just want to make sure that we are mindful that with the holidays coming up, that we want our employees to be able to, celebrate with their families, and what opportunities there are to make them safer is to keep them working from home if that is as appropriate. So we offer teleworking as possible to reduce those exposures. So I just want to offer that again to think about it, just to make sure that our employees are safe.
Well, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think, there's, I share Commissioner Reyes's concern with respect to, continuing to ramp up people in the building. I know that there's been some interest in seeing how quickly and how many people we could get back to work, and over the summer things seemed much more stable, but there's always been a concern that things would become less stable during the winter. I commend the department and the entire team. They've done an excellent job to keep the environment here safe. But with community spread, it becomes, it doesn't, unless you're living in a bubble, it's very difficult to ensure that folks aren't coming into contact with people that may be asymptomatic but positive. And so I think what I hear Commissioner Reyes suggesting is that we may want to take a wait-and-see approach as it relates to additional returns to work until we get a better handle on how the pandemic is going to play out. Thank goodness. It seems like we've only got to ride it out for another, 6-9 months. There at least is an end of the tunnel coming at some point, and hopefully by this time next year we'll be, back to things like holiday celebrations. But I think that's what I'm hearing suggested down that end of the dais.
And I certainly appreciate that. We have no plans to bring anybody back more than where we are right now and through easily into the new year. And of course, unless something changes much for the better. So we expect that we have a very, I think, good, sustainable, steady state situation right now. And we always can respond and have people stay home, and if we need to, and have people work from home. So it's easy to make adjustments if we need to do that. The one thing is interesting because, as Commissioner Reyes said, that it's all about behavior, and so masks and distancing are so critically important, and so we'll continue to push that. We're actually about to push out announcements about just holidays coming up. Is one of the things we see the toughest is that people come back to work and they're excited to see their colleagues again, and so keeping people separate and keeping people separate at lunch and just changing those behaviors. Realizing we're not going to be having holiday parties or potlucks and things like that, which we would normally do. So those would be the tough ones, in that we have to remind people. But if we are able to keep people's behavior appropriate at the workplace, I believe we'll continue to be safe here. And so the fact that people who are getting sick or have traveled somewhere, or they're a family member, or going to a gathering, and so in keeping that out of the workplace, and then keep people at the workplace apart from each other, I think is the secret. And so far we've been very successful. I hope that I intend that we continue that track record, and if we, like I say, we'll absolutely address any issues that we see come up, but we don't have any plans to bring anybody back more than where we are right now. So.
Thank you.
Okay, then I think we are moving on to, are there any written motions that commissioners would like to introduce at this juncture? I see none, thank you. Comments from the ratepayer advocate?
I have, or I will have comments on the presentations in item 8, and then I have brief comments on item 19 and on item 29. We believe that both items should go ahead, but on item 19, we are relieved to see that there is not a jump in this factor because of a drop in demand. That would be tough for everyone at this time. So it's good news that a drop in demand that we feared would cause a spike in this component has not come to pass. On item 29, I think I have some short-run appreciation for growth in the share of the low-income community that receives the low-income discount. I'm hopeful that will work out well. On recertification, I think lengthening the recertification cycle is counter to what much of the industry is doing, and they're going to more electronic or automated certification on a shorter cycle. And I think we should continue to evaluate that.
Okay, thank you. Is there a discussion with Neighborhood Council?
No community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to our consent agenda. We have called for discussion items number 21, 27, and 29. Item number 20 is deferred. So we have, if I could have a motion for approving items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 28.
I move approval.
A second. Would you call the roll?
Commissioner Berard? Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Approved. Can I just request who held 27?
Berard?
Brad. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Lair? Commissioner Reyes?
Aye.
Commissioner McLean Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Berard? Commissioner, can you hear me?
Would you call Commissioner Lair again?
Commissioner Lair?
Am I unmuted?
You are
Yes,
now.
you are.
Hello? Okay. Aye.
Thank you. 4 ayes.
Okay, thank you. And we'll now move to management reports. We'll start with item 8A1.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Michael D'Andrea, Director of Human Resources, and I'm really happy to be here to talk to you this morning about a project we've been, management and labor have been talking about for some time, the creation of the utility worker exempt classification. We've also had some very positive discussions recently with the Personnel Department, and I'm quite happy to report that the Personnel Department will be sending this forward for approval to the Civil Service Commission on December 10th. I know you have quite a few presentations this morning. I'll be respectful of your time. I do want to talk briefly about utility worker in 3 ways. First of all, what is it? How do we get it? And how we intend to use it. And then I'll finish with some very brief comments about a new idea management and labor have with respect to bringing utility pre-craft trainees, another exempt class we've had for about 10 years, into utility worker. And that will segue nicely into the following presentation on UPCTs. A utility worker would be an exempt class, and exempt classes of this type are designed to provide an enhanced opportunity and access to city hiring for parts of the community that have been historically disadvantaged in that regard. It is consistent with the Mayor's 2016 Executive Directive number 15 on service restoration and equitable workforce development. Most importantly, it does 2 things. It provides hands-on training in a variety of entry-level positions. I'll explain what those are in a moment. And then it offers a streamlined alternative pathway to civil service employment, and that is key. Let's go ahead and talk about the creation of utility worker. So if we could have the next slide, please.
It's up on that board. It's up.
Oh, it's up. Okay, great. I realize this is hard to read. I won't call your attention to everything on here. It's hard for me. There are 3 primary stages in creating the utility worker classification. First is establishing the class itself at the Civil Service Commission. The Personnel Department will submit a report, and as I've said, they will send that to the commission meeting on December 10th. Specifically, the Civil Service Commission would approve the utility worker class specification. The next step would be accretion of the new class. IBEW Local 18 would file a petition with the Employee Relations Board, do that in January, we presume. Personnel would have a quick review, and then the ERB would schedule that for approval in March. We hope that that would be at the March 23rd meeting. Last, but very important phase would be the setting of salary. We would have to set salary not only for the new utility worker class, but for all of the corresponding parallel classes, which I'll explain on the next slide. The way that works is our Labor Relations Office would work with the Office of the City Administrative Officer in the city, the CAO. They would schedule this for the EERC, the Executive Employee Relations Committee. The EERC is composed of the mayor, the president of the council, the president pro tem, and the chair of the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee, as well as the Budget and Finance Committee. They try to meet twice a month. They don't always meet twice a month, but we're confident that this could be completed and we could be utilizing the new class by June. So let's take a look at how this works once we have it. Next slide, please. Yep. There we go. So the utility worker classification, we would have an initial training period where our utility workers are receiving hands-on experience in several classifications. They would then move to what we call a parallel class. Parallel class is a civil service classification, and we have these classes when we utilize classes like utility worker because we will end up doing a 1014 transfer for these folks to a target class. You can't 1014 from an exempt class to a regular class, so we create a parallel class. And you can see what they are. There are 5 of them for utility worker: custodial services assistant, maintenance assistant, assistant gardener, warehouse and tool room worker assistant, and garage assistant. That carries a regular standard civil service 6-month probation. Once these employees complete that probation, having gained their skills and experience, we would 1014 them to the full class. And you
Michael,
can see.
Can you just explain what 1014 is?
I'm sorry. Very sorry. Thank you.
Like all the civilians.
I apologize.
I understand
Yeah,
it.
Right.
I've heard it enough to have it.
The charter, right.
I'm thinking about Nicole's eyes just going like, what?
I apologize.
Charter section 1014.
Let me slow down and stay away from the acronyms and numbers. So we have normal transfers in the city, which allows city employees to transfer from one department to another in the same classification. The charter provides for special transfers. They call it Charter Section 1014. That's the number of the section in the charter. And it allows employees to transfer to a different classification under a variety of circumstances. And this is one of them. So we would utilize that transfer. So employees would go, for example, from custodial services assistant after completing their 6-month probation to custodian. They would have full civil service status at that point. And the same is true for the rest of these 5 classes. We could go to the next slide. I want to talk about office trainee. This works in the same manner. It's identical in structure and organization to utility worker. It is separate, however, because it leads into 2 essentially non-field classifications. And this is used for administrative clerk and delivery driver. So again, there would be an initial training period for an office trainee. They would then move to the parallel classes, office services assistant and delivery driver assistant. Again, 6-month probation, 1014 transfer to the target classes, admin clerk and delivery driver. Okay, next slide, please. The last thing I want to talk to you about is a recent idea management and labor have worked on, and this is to transition some of our utility pre-craft trainees, our UPCTs. They would have an option to transfer into this new class utility worker after a set period of time. That's still being discussed. And this would give them an opportunity to move into full civil service employment if perhaps they have had a couple of chances to take a civil service exam in one of these core craft classes that UPCT leads into: steam plant assistant, electrical mechanic, electrical distribution mechanic, and so forth. If after a couple of tries our UPCTs decide to opt into utility worker, this would give them that opportunity. It's really beneficial in our mind for a number of reasons. First of all, some of our UPCTs have been doing outstanding work for us for a number of years, but they're still in an exempt class. We want to take we want to take advantage of their skills and knowledge that they've developed with us, and it also gives us an opportunity to take advantage of those things that we've invested in, and it gives them an opportunity to become full civil servants. The last thing I would say in that regard is if we have a UPCT who has his or her heart set on electrical mechanic, hasn't managed to pass the test, or passed it recently but hasn't been in a reachable score, transitioning into utility worker does not close that door for him or her. He or she could continue to take that test, and if that's her desire, may have a career as an electrical mechanic and the progression after that. That's what I have for you today. I would be happy to take your questions now, or I'm not going anywhere. I'd be happy to take your questions after they've discussed UPCT in more detail, however you wish.
Why don't we hold questions and just have you available after the next presentation, and thank you.
My pleasure.
So if we could have 8A2. Sean is participating remotely. I assume that you're leading the presentation?
I am.
Terrific.
Good morning. Good morning, President McLean Hill and all the other esteemed commissioners. My name is Sean McLeod. I'm Assistant Business Manager of IBEW Local 18. I am going to have this presentation with my manager partner of the UPCT program, Robert Dubon.
Hello, good morning. This is Robert Dubon, Electric Service Manager in the Power Construction and Maintenance Division.
We will be going over the overview of the UPCT program, what is a UPCT, qualifications and background challenges, the salary and the benefits, the recruitment, the process that includes sign up and re-sign, dispatch, and then we will go to the hiring data, the process of once you become a UPCT that includes the rotation area and the civil services exams that they must take being a UPCT. And then we'll go on to where they have promoted. And then at that point, we will take a slight pause. We will have live testimony from former UPCTs. And then we will reconvene and go over the guiding principles and open it up for a question and answer period. The history part of the overview is around 2007. Brian Darcy, the business manager of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, realized that 40% of his membership that worked in the ranks of the highly skilled jobs at DWP were all eligible to retire. He realized that this was not just his problem with DWP, but this was an industry problem. They researched and found out that there were two components for this void that was about to happen. The LA school districts, because of budget cuts, were no longer teaching the trades in the school, like shop classes and automotive classes. And then the new generation that was coming up decided not to follow their parents' footsteps and go into the industry of jobs that are skilled crafts. So this left a void. of not having a pool of employees should that 40% decide to retire. So Brian, along with the top leadership at LADWP, and at that time it was the Joint Training Institute, currently known now as the JSTI, they collaborated and they came up with the Utility Pre-Craft Training Program. The goal was to give people who wouldn't have ever dreamed of having a job at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power an opportunity to learn a skill and get paid while they're learning, training, to come to work at the Department of Water and Power. So around 2010, I was given the assignment to work with a former manager who has since retired, Michael Koya, and I was tasked for making this vision a reality, meaning we had to do the administrative process and working with the Human Resources Department to make this position a reality. And so in October 2011, the position of Utility Pre-Craft Training was recognized by the City of Los Angeles Personnel Department. Next slide. Next, go to slide 5. I'm sorry, slide 5. There you go. Thanks, Steve. Bob? Okay, I'll go to the next one. So what is a utility pre-craft training? The intent is that it's a feeder class to a skill craft classes that we have talked about. It's a journey level, entry level position, and it's established where they're working with a journey level employee while they're receiving training in a wide range of crafts and gaining a wide range of skill crafts. They gain proficiency, and this helps them aid the ability to not only to qualify for the exams, but also to promote to a full-time skill craft job. So the position as a UPCT, they are connected with a journey level person in the water, power, and the joint industries, and they are to learn a trade. When we first started this process, we told them when you rotate, and I'll go into that afterwards, that you should be able to articulate to your neighbors, to your friends, on what that particular job does at the Department of Water and Power. The work that they may be involved in is exposure to the following: operations and maintenance, installation, and or repair of equipment, and the systems in the electrical distribution, transmission, generating systems, or even in the water quality operations and maintenance, repairs and distribution, and other related work. Next slide. As we go through this process, we will explain the rotations of the different areas that they go in. So what are the minimum qualifications? They must be a Los Angeles County resident, they must be 18 years of age, and they have to preside a valid California driver's license. Next slide. One of the things that was brought to us, and we work with the committee, so it's 3 groups that work together to oversee this program. We have labor, which is the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. We have the Department of Water and Power, and this program is in the power system. And then we have our community partners, and you will hear from them as well. So we have all 3 were working together. So when we first started this project, Michael Koya and I were in D.C., and they had employees that were there from all over the country, but we had people from the mayor's office. And one of the things that they talked about is that this program needed to be inclusive. And the inclusiveness is to realize that there are people in low-income areas that may have background challenges, and they may have challenges in reference to being able to get to work. And so we needed to address those challenges. So one of the challenges is that we know that the city has a background check, but what we have been successful in is that we let every candidate that comes in to apply to let them know that they can have a chance of working at the Department of Water and Power. We ask them when they fill out their application to be completely transparent and truthful about the convictions. And we follow what they have over at the City of Los Angeles. This program, and you will hear under the testimony later in this presentation, this UPCT program has had a track record of changing lives and allowing candidates with previous background challenges an opportunity to have a career. And that's because that we will go with them. If they have challenges with the background, we have fought with the city of personnel. We've been able to show that they have changed their life around. And we've had the Department of Water and Power. We've had some managers that have written on the department letterhead that they support, along with us writing on our letterhead, giving this person a chance. And you will see some of those changes later on in this presentation. Next slide. So what are the salary and the benefits? Currently, the UPCTs make $19.30 per hour. They also receive $7.74 per hour for health and welfare, meaning that they are getting this money, and because they're exempt, this is an exempt classification, they cannot join the department's water and power health plans, so they're able to go out and purchase this. So they can have health and welfare benefits for not only themselves, but also to provide it for their family. And again, because they're exempt, they cannot belong to the LADWP retirement plan, so they have $11.47 per hour that is put aside for them in the District 9 International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers District 9 pension plan. Next slide. How do you find out about it? Again, we talked about working with a department and working with community organizations. This is a key part of it, our community organizations. We have partnerships, we attend job fairs, speaking engagements, events at the churches, neighborhoods. We have been in backyards, we have been at fairs. Anywhere that there is a table, we are there. Our community partner organizations, every time that they're having an event or are aware of an event, they notify us and we go to those events. So when I say we, who is involved in that? We have staff at Local 18 that is involved. We have staff managers. The manager that I'm working with at that particular time, that manager is out there. And then one of the parts of being in the UPCT program, and we will discuss what that is later on, is if you're going to sign up and be with this program, one of the elements is that you have to give back. So when we have these events, we have UPCTs, and they are not paid, they are volunteer. They go out with us on Saturdays in the community, a lot of the communities of where they grew up, and they talk about their experience in being a UPCT. They talk about that they never thought that they would have a chance to work at the Department of Water and Power, and if they can do it, you can do it also. So that's the recruitment that we have. Next slide. So what is the process? So when we're out there at the job fairs and the recruitments, we tell them all about the job. We give them an opportunity to ask questions. Then they're given a card, because a lot of times they don't have anything, some of them don't have anything to write with, and we tell them how to sign up. So the initial sign-up process is that they come to the IBEW Local 18 headquarters, and they can come anytime, Monday through Friday, between 8 and 4:45. When they come, they have a card with the address, and we tell them that all they have to do is come to the program, show that they live in LA County, and they'll be able to sign up. The second part of it is that they're going to be given a document when they leave, and that's called the re-sign process. One of the things about this process is that we want to make sure not only that you're interested in it, but you are continue to be interested. So every 3 months, they have to go through what we call is a re-sign. A re-sign is every January, April, July, and October. It's the 1st through the 20th where they have to re-sign. Now, how do you do that? You can come into the office, or you can fax, or you can send an email. All of that information is provided on our website. Prior to COVID, we had walk-ins all the time because everybody was telling them. We have members now that even work at the Department of Water and Power. If they're at a department store or a Target or Home Depot, they're letting them know, go to the Union Hall and find out about this job. So that's how we also get recruits as well. Since, I want to note here that since COVID, we had to make some adjustments. So what we have done so far is that we have paused the original sign-up, so nobody has an advantage of that. We're updating on our website, and we expect to be back in business for the re-sign, where they can do it electronically, effective for the next re-sign, which is January, the next initial sign-up, I apologize, which is January, when our books will be open, January 2021. Re-sign has been going on. We have notified everybody on our website and updates that we have resumed the re-sign, and we have a lot of people that have continued on their re-signing. Some of the candidates that are on the books for the re-sign, we understand that does not have the ability to use the online system. So we have come up, we have a mailbox they can walk into the gate. They have the paper where they can fill out and they're re-signed. So we try to accommodate everyone with their challenges, and then we notified our community partners going forward of our new re-signing when our office opened back up. So that's where we are with the sign up and the re-sign. We also go to meetings with our community partners to let their partners know when they come in and have general meetings to give them an update about this process. Next slide. So I've re-signed. I went to a job fair, I found out about the job. I have re-signed. I keep re-signing every 3 months. I'm ready for the next process. What is that? That is called a dispatch process. When they initially signed up, they were given a document that explains all of these processes. It has on there the dispatch process. The dispatch process is when the Department of Water and Power indicates and notifies us that we intend to hire. We're going to hire X amount of people. And so when that happens, we will dispatch at the local hall. And when I say we at Local 18, that is our administrative staff is contacted, and they're told how many people that we're going to dispatch, and they start making phone calls. So when the candidates do a re-sign, they include their name, they include a phone number, last 4 of their social security numbers, and then the area code on the zip code on where they live. They are told at that time, should they change their cell phone number or their contact information, that it is their responsibility to notify Local 18 for this purpose, this dispatch purpose. So they will get a phone call to say, we're hiring, are you interested? That is always done in the order that they came and signed the book. So they will call, if they're hiring 25, they will dispatch until they get 25 employees that will answer the phone. They know the time of the day that the dispatch happens. They were on our dispatch. We have a line that candidates are told that they can call so they can get updated information on when the dispatch is going to happen. So now we have a number of employees. They answer the call, and they're saying, yes, I'm still interested in the job. Next step, we go to the informational meeting. What we try to do, because this is on their own time, and we have found that many candidates have jobs just to put food on the table, we try to make all of the communication and the meetings that they have to attend either in the evening time or early in the morning on a Saturday. So the informational meeting is usually held either on a Friday night or a Saturday morning. And that information meeting is usually at the Union Hall We have union staff here, and we also have staff from the Department of Water and Power. They go over the application process, and they answer any questions regarding challenges that they may have in their regarding their background. So this is the first time, if they're interested, they will be filling out a civil service application. I can tell you the LADWP management team has allowed that their staff will come, and there's enough staff to be able to give attention to everyone that is there and answer all the questions that are available. Once we do that process, the department takes back the applications, and then they do a cursory review. When they do their cursory review, they're looking at backgrounds and making sure that all the candidates have a valid California driver's license. They will notify the union hall to say these candidates are available to move to the next step, and that is called, the next step is called 3-day boot camp. This is on their own time, and this is our work readiness process that we have. We will have a speaker that will be on board that will talk about that process, but this is to give the employees a chance to see if their math skills, their reading comprehension skills, and then their ability and their desire to want to work. After the 3 days, if they're successful with that, they will receive a work readiness certificate. It will be sent to the union hall, and we will send it over to the Department of Water and Power. We will have more explanation on that a little further down the line. Then the next step is the...
Oh, no, go ahead. I was just looking at the clock and wanted to get just a sense of how long your entire presentation will be.
We will be, I'll make this quick. Okay, so I will do the next step. I'll say in the next 5 minutes, I should be wrapping up.
Okay.
And then 5 minutes for the guest speakers.
Perfect.
Okay, so after the fingerprinting and background, then it's the medical and the hire date. This right here is showing us that so far we've hired 372 UPCTs. The first class started in May 2012, and the last class that we hired was October 2019. We would have hired 2 classes this year because of COVID. We had to put a stop to it, and we're working on moving forward. The next slide to kind of go through, this is just the hiring data, and you guys have this information, so if you have further questions, we can ask that, because I do think that the important part of this is the testimony. So the next slide. And this is the gender data that we have so far. Next slide.
And Commissioner Barad will certainly have questions about the gender breakdown.
Okay. And then the next slide is the rotational areas. And I know that I have our partner, but these are all the areas that they rotate. Managers from all of these areas have written out and provided the UPCT office a curriculum. So when they rotate every 6 months, and they have come up with a curriculum of what they will learn and what type of work that they will be doing. So they know this prior to the rotation. We go in seniority order. The managers at the LADWP and the union have sat down, and all of them, if they rotate in these areas, this helps qualify them to take civil service tests to become a civil servant. Next slide. As we talked about the rotation, these are some of the examinations that they must take as they're going through the process, and that's why we have the 6 months rotation. So let's go to the next slide. We've had 372 UPCTs, and we have 207 that have become promotional into a civil service classification. So we did the top 5 of each of them. The critical classes that we have is, you see the classes that are on the left, and then the other classifications that we have. This is where the majority of the UPCTs have gone to. So as Michael DeAndrea was talking about those other classifications, you're going to see that administrative clerk, gardener caretaker, and warehouse and toolroom worker, that's on the utility worker. We had started that already, so this is a big plus that the utility worker is going to be able to be into TAC so they can go. So these are the numbers, and we can provide how many former UPCTs are in those classifications, but these are the top 10 classifications that we have. So with that being said, I want to go to the guest speakers. You have the first guest speaker that we have that should be in the audience. Her name is LaWanda. And you approach the table.
She's on her way.
She is on her way. And while she is coming up, the second speaker will be Darnell, Ernie, because they're all on the line, and then Karen and Raphael.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners and Madam President. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is LaWanda Davis, and I'm also known as LJ to most everyone here at the department. I was the first woman in the first class of the utility pre-craft training, also as we know as UPCT. And that's also where I earned my name as the First Lady because of that. Before I joined the program, I was unemployed, and all the jobs that I applied for or was actually qualified for, they were not hiring or responding to my applications that I submitted. This was a while, and I finally took part of applying at my children's school as a volunteer, and then I was able to do some part-time work there. I was 51 when I was accepted into the UPCT program that I found out about at IBW Local 18. Out of the final 35 that passed the qualifications, I was one of that 35, and again, the only woman. I didn't know what to expect, but I was willing to try and go for the challenge. The program presented a light of hope when they told us that we were going to be trained and paid and had a chance to work at the department for a permanent position. The entire process of the program was the best investment of my job search that I could have ever hoped for. I received training and classifications that I didn't even know existed here. We were required to rotate every 6 months to each classification where we received training and tons of exposure. I never thought about my age or being a woman. It was so uplifting to feel like those two elements here I didn't have to worry about, and they didn't matter. I had an equal chance to get the same opportunity as my fellow classmates, and I made sure that they knew that. There were speakers that they brought in to talk to us, and they were actually in those positions that we were going to be trying to get a permanent position in. We took numerous tests, which was a requirement. So as the speakers would come in on our classroom days, we had a chance to ask questions and inquire about anything that we thought that we might need to know. We were encouraged immediately to apply for jobs that we already were familiar with or were qualified for. And I had been taking typing since 7th grade. So I immediately searched for anything that would cover that. The focus was always to get a permanent position, a permanent job. So my first test was to apply for the clerk typist, which I actually got picked up on. And that was before the program actually had completed all of the collaboration with civil service to give us the opportunity for all the tests that they wanted to make us available to. I was picked up in water for a permanent position in 2014. I was fortunate that I had Linda Lee as my first manager, and she took a chance on me, which giving me that permanent job, and I will always be grateful for that. The UPCT program exposed me to so many avenues available in the workforce and the accomplishments that it gave to me, like getting my forklift license, getting my man lift license, knowing how to use a harness, knowing how to drive a F-150 truck, pie wagon as they called it, which I ran the mobile warehouse for the weatherization program going out to our customers. It also gave me a variety of the crafts and trades that were available, and it enhanced my confidence, especially being on top of a roof or sky high on a man lift at Scattergoods, helping to install a light. I could go on and on of all the exposures that I've had that I never thought at that age, for one, that I would be doing. And the experience is something that no amount of money or nothing could replace for that. My expression of thankfulness can never be enough what this program has provided for me and my family. The security of a good paying job, having my health benefits, retirement, and to continue to be proud of what I've accomplished. None of this would be possible without IBEW Local 18 having the vision and the Department of Water and Power willing to be a part of it. I know it was a lot of ingredients to make this recipe happen. I'm glad I got an opportunity to enjoy it. There have been numerous classes and women since I've joined the program, and so many opportunities that I know have changed many lives in a positive way, along with mine. This is so valuable when you can see the results in working from a huge collaboration. My class is a total success with permanent jobs because of this UPCT program. And we all share a bond that is a lifetime. We unfortunately lost one of our classmates recently, and we all shared the sadness that day. But when I saw our classmates that attended, it also warmed my heart of all the triumphs we shared, being in the program together, and that our bond is forever. We encourage the board to expand the investment in workers and programs like the UPCT program, which has created pathways of job opportunities for people in need of just a chance to provide a better life for themselves and their families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Darnell Kirby.
Mr. Kirby, you have to come off mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning to the Commissioner McLean Hill. I'm Darnell Kirby with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. I was a member of Class 3 of the Utility Pre-Craft Training Program. I entered the program in 2013. Inside the program, I was fortunate to receive training on many different aspects of the department's business. I became an active member of my community once I was dispatched through the UPCT program. I went directly into the HYPE program. where we were providing services in my own community where I grew up. I can go on days and days and never be able to say how thankful I am for a program like this that gave me the opportunity to take care of my family and be a part of an organization that supports its employees the way that the Department of Water and Power does. I can only hope that the board will expand their investment into working programs like the UPCT program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Ernie?
Hello. My name is Ernest Vigil. Alj said it the best, so I can't really top what she just said. But I just want to talk briefly. I know it's going kind of long, but a little bit about my experience as a UPCT and the love that I have for the UPCT program. I was in the first class with Alj, First Lady, and I learned a variety of experience in all these rotations. I got to go to about 6 rotations. I was with the welders and the Boilermakers in the steam plants. I was in the warehouse rotation, water distribution, electrical maintenance, solar, and the test lab. So I'm not a journeyman in any of those, but I know a good deal of what those journeyman workers, what their job entails. And I learned a lot from each of those places. I've had a chance to mentor other UPCT classes that were coming in. I think this is a great program. I was able to land a warehouse job after about 3.5 years. And from there, I went into a storekeeper position. And with this whole COVID that's going on, I am able to, I'm a single parent, so I'm able to work from home and do my job here. I really love this program. I just hope the board continues with this program. It creates a lot of jobs for people in LA County and people of various colors in the city, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. There's one more, Sean.
Karen? Yes, we have 2 more, and then we're going to have the community. Karen? Okay. If Karen's not available, Raphael, are you there? I know he was working. Okay, let's go to the next one. Keishala?
Hello?
Oh, Raphael. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Can you?
Hello.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Raphael, you go first, and then Karen, you're up next.
Okay. Good morning.
Okay.
My name is Rafael Cabrera, CABRERA, and I was in the UPCT program. Being in the UPCT program has afforded me an opportunity that I wish many to come will have from there, especially those from the inner city. After my first few years in the program, I received a letter from the Civil Service Commission that stated that due to my background, because I was incarcerated. Excuse me?
No, he's fine. You can continue. Go ahead.
Okay. Due to that, I was incarcerated for a long period of time. The Civil Service Commission sent me a letter and took me out and wanted to take me out of the program, the UPCT program, stating that I had this background. And from the moment I started working, I kept expecting that at any given moment I was going to ask to leave, and that moment came. But the people at IBEW Local 18 assured me that they were going to fight and stand there and do the just thing for me. And IBEW Local 18 me through the assisted me through the appeal process, and it fully granted it. And then the Civil Service Commission fully granted me employment as a UPCT, and I worked there for approximately 2 years as a UPCT, and then was picked up ultimately as an administrative clerk. I took the exam for the city, and I passed, and I was hired to work in the city. And from there, I also became a senior administrative clerk and was picked up back in IBEW by LADWP, and with the assistance of IBEW Local 18's training, I was able to work in claims department. After a short period, I went on to a promotional move, and I am currently, and have been working here for a year and a half in Owens Valley as a maintenance construction worker. The UPCT program has afforded me the roadmap and the tutorial that I need to make it, and I'm daily using these tools. The UPCT program works, and it shouldn't be changed in any form or fashion. We are all trained hard, and we are working individuals that can handle anything. Without the UPCT program, I would not have the opportunities I've had. I have learned to give back and appreciate the opportunity afforded to me, and have shared as a speaker and sharing the stage with Sean McLeod and Mike Hoya and many of our partners in the community, one of which I am proud of is our collaboration with United Way and AFL-CIO and unions throughout our city and county. We serve side by side in the Stamp Out Hunger carried out by the U.S. postal carriers. In the last several years, we, UPCTs and ex-UPCTs, and its employees from the department and IBEW Local 18 have been able to collect over 1 million pounds of food for those in need, and the UPCTs and IBEW Local 18 have donated tons of food for homeless and family shelters. We are being afforded opportunities that otherwise would have not. And the second chance, having someone believe in you goes a long way. That second chance does. Even when we leave the program, we never forget where we come from, and we're always willing to give back and help however we can. We are being afforded opportunities that have, I already mentioned that, but we encourage the board to expand the investment workers and programs like the UPCT, which has created pathways for hundreds of people of color in LA and people that have challenges as I did and as I've mentioned. And I appreciate this opportunity, and thank you, and please support this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Karen? Okay. Karen, if you're not there, Keishla, can you, and Keishla was the administrator, and then Karen, when you're available, we'll let you go after Keishla.
Well, and Sean, we are going to have to wrap up the presentation, so.
Okay. So is that enough? We have community partners, but if that gives you the roundabout it, I think that's good.
No, I was going to say, I know that you have community partners that you also wanted to give an opportunity to weigh in, and I'm happy to hear from them. I'm just suggesting that you're going to have to think about how you organize so that we can, so that commissioners that have questions can ask those questions, and we can move on to our next item.
Okay, so let us go straight to Moretta. Are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, would you do the work for? Thanks.
Yes, okay. Good morning, Madam President McLean and members of the board. Thank you for providing us with this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Moretta Sunia. I am the president of Workforce Connection and a community partner in the Utility Pre-Craft Trainee program. I am honored to be here today to talk about the contribution that we have provided into the program. I have worked in workforce development for over 30 years. During these years, I've developed and implemented workforce development programs throughout the city of Los Angeles. During my early years in workforce development, I was the director of one of the City of Los Angeles Workforce Centers for over 17 years, now known as America's Job Center. I have been a partner in this program since its inception, and I have seen the program develop into this great success today. Due to the collaboration with the union and employers, Workforce Connections is a workforce intermediary that supports public and private systems to upgrade skills of local workers to meet employer needs. Its training programs provide rapid skills development while creating pathways to long-term economic self-sufficiency to participants. As a partner in this UPCT program, Workforce Connections provides hands-on employment readiness customized to meet the employer needs. Through this training, we teach the participants about employer expectations and guide them through the importance of having the right attitude, work ethics, and we also review values sought after by employers while teaching them to appreciate their own value to the employer. Also learning how to keep the job once they have the job is utmost important. The program pre-tests participants to identify their level of skill in math and reading. From the results, we are able to provide them with an instructor that helps them to review the areas where most are struggling. At the completion of the program, the participants are given their final exam. I do not know about you, but if I were given an algebra exam today in math and reading, also, I don't know if I will pass without a practice exam or practice test. So, however, providing people with a chance to refresh and truly identify where they need the assistance and areas of improvement makes a big difference. After working in South LA for years and managing youth and multiple adult programs, I have learned that our community needs more than just a program. They require the right partnership and the willingness to provide the extra helping hand, even if it's just guiding them to that right career path or path of improvement. The unique features of this program is the partnership with the unions and the employer. And I want to be able to say that a true partnership success to the program is the partnership, the leaders, and the support that we get from those around it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, President McLean Hill, in your package, you have the guiding principles. We can go over that at a later time. So in respect to the time frame that you have, I guess we will open it up for questions or answers. If we have the answers, of course we do.
Thank you for that presentation. And I just want to say, make a few comments before opening this to the other commissioners who may have questions or comments. I've been on this board now for just about 2 years, and at least a year and a half ago began a conversation with Sean and with Shannon regarding the utility worker program and other efforts to expand UPTC, the opportunity for UPTCs to matriculate into the department. So all of these things seem like, kind of, little and very bureaucratic processes, but the work really does culminate in life-changing employment opportunities for people who otherwise might never have realized that there was an opportunity to be at the Department of Water and Power. The UPTC program represents a really unique partnership between labor and the department, and frankly recognizes the incredibly unique relationship between this organization and IBEW, its largest union. I am incredibly pleased at the commitment shown by our general manager and our department staff to work with IBEW to really expand the opportunities for people who are involved in our UPTC program to move forward and to enter into full-time permanent civil service jobs. Also, and the reason that we've spent so much time on this kind of a presentation is we hear about the opportunities for UPTCs when we talk about HYPE or some of our weatherization programs. It comes up constantly, but rarely do we ever focus on what's a UPTC, how do they get in the program, what's happening with them. I understand that there are somewhere close to 2,000 people on that list that Sean's managing that have yet to be dispatched. When we talk about and think about how we, both do the things that we want to do and achieve from a energy conservation or sustainability perspective, and how we also couple that with workforce development, it's really through creating additional opportunities for IBW to dispatch UPTCs into places where we are doing conservation-related work. We have another presentation. We're doing a lot of workforce today. We'll be seeing a presentation from the power system, which also directly relates to this kind of entry-level workforce development, because in order to dispatch, we need supervisors in the field. So there are constraints on how many people we can train and if we can't get them into the training side, then it becomes difficult and frankly impossible to begin to move them into actual employment, full-time employment within the department. So as we continue to look at and think about and see pieces of what we are doing, it's important to begin to draw linkages between activity A and activity B, and workforce and projects and sustainability. All of these things do connect. There is a through line, and if we're trying to leverage our activities to achieve more than one goal, it's important that we're cognizant of how they connect. Again, complicated relationship, complicated partnership, complicated processes to get within the bureaucracy of government to get from one place to another, but the department has been working really quite urgently on it over the last many months, and I'm deeply appreciative of that. So are there questions about the two presentations that have moved forward, or any observations or comments that commissioners might choose to have at this time? I see none from the...
I just want to say that I appreciate the testimony from the guest speakers, as it was very moving, and thank them for confiding in all of us.
This is Mia Lair, and can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, moving. I would say I was definitely. I had wet eyes. It was really beautiful, and to see the to understand the testimonials and the hard work the department has done. I would only have a question about pathways for some of the people who might be interested in sort of in upper level management, or to the president's comment about some of the more very sort of new technologies and resiliency and conservation measures, pathways to universities or colleges in order to get other degrees that will help people move in the ladder. So if there's anything that I missed, I'd be curious about that.
Thank you for that. I think, Marty, you may want to speak to additional opportunities that are afforded employees once they are part of the department that might, speak to or address Commissioner Lair's question.
Yes, thanks, Commissioner. That's a great question. We actually have a very active tuition reimbursement program, and a number of employees over the years have taken advantage of that to get degrees. We're in the process right now of making some changes to the program to make it more available, more accessible to all the employees. In the past, it's been that you had to look for education that pertained to the area that you were working in or your logical, career progression, which created some limitations for folks. And so we're looking at expanding the availability of majors that people can take to get civil service jobs. So I expect probably by actually next meeting, I'll be able to announce a couple changes we've made to make the whole program even more accessible and more successful than it's already been. But we do definitely offer that as a benefit for employees.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reyes, did you have any comment on this particular presentation?
Of course, I love this program because this is one of my projects when I was with the Joint Training Institute. It took a long time, and I am in awe of how it has developed. I really like the part about the giving back opportunity that our UPCTs have. That raises awareness and engagement in the community. I also see this as really more than just a program. It's a model program that other utilities should be emulating, because we are all on the same point where our workforce, there's a high eligible number of people who are gonna be eligible to retire, and that pipeline is really important to really target and identify those opportunities. I like the fact that UPCTs will have a pathway to the utility worker classification as well, because that will increase that opportunity. And it's something that I think that the more options that they have, the better it is for them to receive the training and the access to the types of jobs that they may be interested in, and that where they can thrive finally. There's this permanent high percentage of UPCTs that really matriculate into jobs here at DWP. So I do appreciate Sean, your team, the IBW Local 18, and our LADWP partners in making this program a model program for everyone. I've seen reports and research studies that have mentioned the UPCT program, and this is something that I think our board strongly supports. Thank you.
Well, with that, and I too want to acknowledge the former members of the program who are now employees of the department, who came forward today to give us a window into what it means at a very real and personal level. And I am particularly pleased to have met the First Lady of the program. More to come, and appreciate all of you for your efforts today.
Hooray to the First Lady. Hooray.
All right, thank you all very much. We will move on to item 8B.
Commissioner, 8B will be heard at.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 8B will be part of this special meeting. We'll move to 8C. And just so it's understood, 8B is in a unique category today because it was initially mislabeled on our agenda on Friday and had to be reposted with the right name. So it's a special meeting that has to be called special today. That's all. No disrespect to 8C. 8B. We're really anxious to get to it, but we'll move to 8C. And just as a prelude to this item, first this is just the update on CARES?
Program, yes.
Okay. Then let's, Sharon. Grove? Yes. That would be terrific. Yes. And Joe Romalo will be presenting as well? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Madam.
So, good afternoon. I just looked at the clock, so I think we're just tipped over into the afternoon. My name is Sharon Grove, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the logistics of how we're operating the Utility CARES Grant program. And then I'm going to turn it over to Joe Romalo, who's handling a very heavy weight. Helping us do the outreach for the program. Do I do these myself? Okay. So right now, I'm happy to report that we've had some really good response. It was a very slow start. We launched this program right in the week of the election, and so we had a hard time getting people's attention. But we have made some really significant headway since then. In fact, at 8 o'clock this morning, we were up to 45,000 applications, and just at noon, we're up to 47. So it looks like we're making some headway, and we're finally getting some traction. And Joe's team is a significant part of that success. So I just wanted to show you an interesting part about the applications so far. We've noticed that a significant activity around customers self-attesting for being low income, and so this weighs into a little bit of a board item that I have later on. But we find that there are a lot of potential residents in the city of Los Angeles that have self-attested as low income customers, and we found that to be an interesting finding. The applications are processed very quickly. The minute a customer does apply, they do get an email saying that we've received their application. We do weed out the duplicates, and we know that there's going to be duplicates because we've told customers that they may resubmit documentation later on, and so we sort of have some natural duplicates that we weed out. We've got everybody working on this, and one caveat is that we are having significant wait times probably for the next, last week and this week, because we've pulled off a lot of our resources to be able to process these applications timely to make sure that everybody gets their check by the end of the year. And then there is a series of notifications that customers get once the applications are processed, and it runs through this Sunday, the 22nd. Once all the applications are processed, we will send customers out a confirmation that their applications have been accepted. And those customers, unfortunately, whose applications are rejected will also get an email saying that their applications have been rejected. Thereafter, they will get at least 2 more emails, the customers that have their applications accepted, letting them know that we've processed the check and that the check has been mailed. So we're going to continually communicate with these applicants to make sure that they're aware of the process as we proceed into December. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Joe Romalo, and I'll take questions at the end. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, the program application period is going to stop when?
This Sunday, November 22nd.
It was originally last Sunday. Yes,
they extended that?
Yes, it was extended. The city allowed us to extend it through November 22nd. So it expires at midnight on Sunday.
Okay. And so we're less than halfway to where we need to be in terms of our ability to distribute, to have a pool that might allow us to distribute the funds that have been made available for this program. So what happens after that if we don't get to, say, 100,000+ applicants by Sunday, then what?
If we do not get 100,000 valid applications by Sunday, then the funds go back to the city of Los Angeles to do with what they will.
All right, thanks.
If I may.
Oh, wait, I thought.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that they then had to be returned to the U.S. government. I didn't know that the city of L.A. could utilize them in another means.
I think the fund.
Nancy Sutley, the funds have to be dispersed by December 31st. So after that, I assume they go back to the federal government. But they do have to be dispersed by the end of the year.
Nancy, can you clarify? Originally, the plan that the board adopted was November 15th, and we've extended a week because of kind of the slow uptake. I know the part of the issue is in terms of processing here to get the checks out in time. Were there other limitations to the date that we could accept applications, or were there any regulatory limitations or anything? Do you recall how that came about?
I don't believe so. I believe it was just more being able to process the applications and get the checks out with sufficient time for them to be cashed before the end of the year. The dates were directed by council. So if they wanted to change them again, I suppose they could. But it was really more to give us time to process the applications and get the checks out with enough time for people to cash them before the end of the year.
So you're saying that applications, though, are being processed within 24 hours of receipt? What does that mean?
It means that we are reviewing the documentation that the customer submitted and making sure that it is a valid LADWP customer account.
Okay, but because you also indicated that it's next week that
Right.
you're going to let people know if they have been approved for the program or if not. Is there a reason that we can't, for instance, for people who, for whatever reason, haven't been approved, are they not being approved because they don't? So we're contacting people who are missing documentation, right?
Yes.
That's what you say.
Yes.
So,
So to answer your first question, we are going to wait till next week because in the event that we do get more than 100,000 applications, it will go to a lottery system to make sure that, and some customers will get priority, and those are the customers that are currently signed up for our discount programs.
well, except that I thought that we weren't going to go to a lottery system if we had fewer than 100,000 people who were low income, and we're clearly not on track to have 100,000 people that are not on low income, that are on low income apply. That just doesn't appear to be happening, and that the lottery was only going to be for those customers who were not already certified as low-income customers.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there is a way that through how we administer the program, we can move through certain things like, because if one of the limitations or one of the concerns is the amount of time it will take for us to process checks and then get them to people and then have them cash it. Is there something that we can do to accelerate that for eligible low-income customers that would also potentially allow us to extend further the application deadline, because we're not kind of piling all of that activity up in one window? Because the concern is, giving the money back to the city isn't going to do anybody any good unless the city has some way of dispersing the money in, 30 days. And given how long it's taken us to ramp up and begin our process, it would just be, I think it would be hugely problematic for everyone if we wound up sending, $10, $15 million back to the federal government because we just didn't figure out how to get it out the door.
Right. Yeah, the processing as far as the applications and emails, that type of thing, we're working on in customer service. If there was, I'm going to have to defer to Ann Santilli because she's her organization is the one that's actually going to produce the checks and mail them out, and there's a timeline associated with that.
And yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. We did receive an extension from the Chief Legislation Analyst for an extra week because there were so few applications in. After the 22nd, we can assess how many applications we have, and we can request an additional extension if necessary.
Okay, so we're not, because again, my concern is that we not be in a situation where we're waiting to try to produce a lottery as opposed to simply beginning to disperse monies to customers that are low-income customers that are qualified. And where we may need to have a lottery, in the event that we don't exhaust the monies. Because at this juncture, every low-income customer that's applied, yes, if their application is complete, they're actually qualified to get a check today, right?
Yes, if they turned in documentation showing they were financially impacted by COVID or self-certified, they would get a check. So I think we just want to see, the uptick has increased substantially over the last few days, so we have a whole nother weekend. So we want to see what the applications are by the end of Sunday, and then we can begin discussions with the CLA.
I do believe that what you mentioned about the lottery, we were afraid that we'd have a glut of applications and we'd have a lottery process, and the getting through that would add to the time. So seeing that we don't appear to be facing that issue, that might give us more time. And will we be able to start cutting checks? I mean, we're not waiting to batch them too much, right? We're getting...
That's my concern.
Right. Yeah. After the 22nd, if we were given additional time, we could probably notify customers saying that if you haven't turned it in, you could be on a first come, first served basis. So if we get 60 or 70,000 by Sunday, we could start processing those and getting those checks out.
Okay, thank you.
So we're not waiting. Yeah, that's the key.
All right. Did you?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the pain points for the customers who are applying. For example, are they having a problem uploading their documents? What are we doing about it? Do they drop off of the system? They get frustrated? I don't know how we're tracking and what IT solutions are being made available at our disposal because it's every application is online, correct?
Correct.
So I am just focused on that process.
Right. So that's great. Thank you for bringing that up. We do track how much traffic we get on the web and then where customers fall off of the process, so we can detect where maybe the problem occurred and they couldn't successfully upload an application. And we found that you're absolutely right. In the part where they had to upload a document is where they were having trouble. We have, and so our response to that was we are creating, and Joe can go into this a little bit, we created some videos that people can watch step by step how you do the process. We've had training classes. We've even had our CBO partners have training classes with their communities, and so they've done some really very innovative things online with their constituents. And every evening at 5 o'clock we get together on a call with anybody that wants to call in, and we discuss any recent issues that have occurred and try to problem solve at that point. So you're absolutely right. Early on we were finding some of those issues and we've addressed it. But we know that things can still occur if the volume increases. Right. We want to make sure that every single customer that wants to apply is able to apply.
And then for the customer that doesn't have access to computer or doesn't know how to use a computer, how are we able to assist that customer?
So we have reached out to some, obviously, again, the CBO partners and some city agencies that have centers that we can direct customers to, physically go to work with somebody to upload an application. So you're absolutely right, that has occurred, and we've tried to create some vehicles for customers to be able to apply for this grant.
Okay, and just a quick question about your average call wait times from 3 to 5 minutes to over 30 minutes. So what happens if somebody's on the phone for 30 minutes? I know if I call a company and they've got, increasing, I get they'll tell me that the call wait times increase.
Right.
There's certain organizations that will give you the option of, if you want to hang up, we'll call you back. I mean, what happens in our situation?
We don't have that option about being able to call us back. We do find that customers are calling us back first thing the next morning. We've gotten call volume really increases at 7 a.m. the next day. So we do have some customers right now calling back. We put messages on the phone to let them know this is a temporary situation, that they're going to have call wait times. We tell them that they can send us an email. For example, if a customer wants to move and stop their service or start their service, they can send us an email, and we keep up on those emails to make sure that those things are happening timely. But for right now, it is very difficult because we have diverted a lot of our staff to work on this process.
So I need a little more specificity. So when you say a lot of our staff, what percentage of our staff has been diverted to work on this versus manning the calls?
So we have 140 customer service reps, and I think that Ann has some personnel as well. And so we have approximately 50 reps on the phone every day, when normally we have about 150 to 170 reps on the phone every day.
Whoa. And in terms of the call volume, what's our traditional call volume, our daily call volume for customer service?
I mean, it obviously depends, but let's just say 5,000 calls a day, 5,000 to 7,000 calls a day. Many are handled through automated, like you can call our voicemail, and you can make payments through the phone, report an outage.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is what is the actual, do we have a sense of what the impact is on customers, like, so if we have 7,000 or 8,000 customer service calls, and I would imagine we know kind of as a general matter how many of those calls tend to be handled through the automated system. I mean, nothing about that would change. So do we have a sense of what the impact is on customers in our regular business practices over this period? I'm just very curious about that.
We know that the percentage of abandoned calls increase. We track that, and so we've predicted what the.
So how many abandoned calls are we getting?
So normally, just to compare it to normally our abandoned call rate's very low. It's about 2 or 3% abandoned, and right now it's definitely in the double digits, in the 30 or 40% abandoned. So customers are essentially hanging up and waiting to call later in the day or call the next day. And we expect.
But when they call later or the next day, they're not getting a different experience, are they?
There's, the call wait times do change throughout the day depending on the volume of calls that come in. So we are open 7 to 7, and so towards the evening, the wait times will go down, so they might call in the evening, and then that's why they're also calling first thing in the morning to try to get their call in before the volumes increase.
And we're having this impact even with the relatively low rate of applications for the first 2 weeks of the program?
Yes. These customer service reps were pulled off on a special assignment, and so this is an agreement that we have to be able to have these customer service representatives do this specific work, and that agreement goes until we're able to finish processing all of the applications and return them to the phones. The concern was we didn't want to have a delay in the application processing because we wanted to get everything processed to make sure that Ann Santilli's group could process the checks in a timely manner.
Okay. Well, I'm curious if it's taken 100 people to do this work, again, with applications trickling in. What happens if, Joe's work is as impactful as I'm certain he imagines and expects it to be? Then what? Do we have the capacity to scale up? I mean, I'm just trying to understand from a resource management perspective. If you've taken 100 people and we've had, we had 10,000, early on, and now, we may have, 5,000 in a day. How does that? Is the same group of people going to just be able to do that much more work? In which case, I'd wonder why we had so many off earlier.
We prepared for the scenario that we would be flooded with applications. We didn't know what the result would be. We have now caught up with all existing applications as of last night, so we do process the applications now as they come in. We didn't, wait to process them, and so we feel we've modeled. Depending on if we're going to get a surge at the end, say next weekend could be a very large weekend. We've modeled that out. We wanted to make sure that we could get everything processed in time to get it to Ann's team to be able to produce the check in a timely. So we did model it out to make sure. What we did conservatively put a lot of customer service reps on this in the event that we would have gotten a flood of applications in. You're right, the applications came in slower than expected. Now they're picking up, And so we're monitoring it and making sure we stay on time, processing all applications as they come in.
I do think the one thing that would push is right now we're handling everything within 24 hours of receipt. So if we have the same number of people, more applications, it may take longer to get through each application. So that's probably the difference is the processing time is where we would absorb. Just same as if we assign less people to this, then we wouldn't be handling them within 24 hours. I'm not sure how critical the exact, 24 hours has been a goal to get people through the process. But that's certainly a push point that we can move depending on how much resources we have or don't have to give to it.
No, thank you, and I don't mean to just, beat a dead horse on this. I was just curious. So if you're done, Joe, that'd be great.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much. I'm Joe Romalo, Assistant General Manager for Communications and Public Affairs. I want to walk you through some of the slides we've prepared for today. We've really engaged in an unprecedented effort to raise awareness around this $500 grant program in a very short period of time. As you know, from conception to execution, it was very abbreviated. We've pulled out all the stops, and I hope I can show you that. We've obviously seen an uptick in the last 4 days of applications that was very significant, and my hope is that we'll continue to do so. To get 100,000 of our customers to apply for anything in a period of 2 weeks is an extraordinary feat. Even with $500, I know that is significant, but it's also important to remember that they have to meet certain criteria, not just be low income, but also prove income impact, which limits some of the pool of applicants that we can have. But still, with that, I wanted to just mention that our real messages were to our existing program participants, as well as to those who are not participating, but who would qualify on an income basis. We've used every tool, every channel that we have available. I'm certainly interested if you have additional ideas or suggestions, we'd be happy to execute them. As Sharon mentioned, there's community-based partners who've been wonderful, who've shared our messaging, who've handheld customers through the application process, who've stayed in regular contact with the customer service team that's leading the program, as well as my staff, and other staff from Nancy's group who are handling the grantees and their relationships with the department. We've had an extensive awareness on social media, both through paid as well as organic posts, things that we do that we don't pay for that promotion. And earned media coverage has picked up. We've called Consumer Reporters, for example, and asked them, since they jam us up about customer problems frequently, here's a great opportunity. You can help us reach customers to help them afford their utility bills. And we've done so in a way that's been multilingual, both in print and radio and the application materials. We have translated everything from Korean to Vietnamese to Armenian as recently as today. Finding translators for this was a little bit of a challenge for some of the languages that we haven't typically used, and we want to thank the LA Public Library for helping us, for example, with the Armenian translations that we had done. We've also reached out to our own employees and to city public information officers in various departments across the city to help spread the word, as well as the mayor's office and council offices, including Council President Nuri Martinez, who sponsored the initial program. We've worked closely with her press deputy and communications shop as well on some of the earned media opportunities. This is just an example of some of them related to the press releases we put out, but also the calls that we've made in asking them to give coverage. Just yesterday we had, in addition to what you see here, we had KPCC did a live interview yesterday on A. Martinez's show. They follow that up by airing that segment again today. KABC did a piece yesterday, as well as Telemundo. During these 3 weeks, we've really had 3 phases. One is initial awareness of the program. Second was urgency, and now the third week being extension with urgency. Trying to mix it up just a little bit with the creative, because we realize people are seeing the same material, same information frequently, and we need to compel them to act. So we have geared up the messaging in that way. We wanted to share with you some of the multilingual earned media that we've received as well through the program. We've used email blasts from some of our media partners. They will send out, as a part of an advertising package, to their subscribers an exclusive email. We've done that twice now with LA Sentinel, and we will track that data. We don't have their conversion rates yet, but we can track how many people went from their email to our website and report that to you when we are able to review the entire program. La Opinion, we did the same thing with. We will likely repeat that with them to their subscribers, and then the Downtown News as well. And there's another shot of some of the earned media and then print ads as well from these media outlets. These are ads that appear on websites of various news outlets that are digital in LA. And then customer emails to our own customer database. So you'll see the October e-newsletter, we went out to 750,000 customers. That's the universe of customers who have email addresses online with us. Open rate of 34%. It seems low. That actually is far in excess of what industry standard is for email opens. We also did everyone who has Spanish preference, a Spanish email that went out to them. And then the current assistance program participants also received a separate email, our commercial customers, and our community newsletter. Page visits to ladwp.com. This was as of a couple days ago, 200,000 page visits. I'm sure that number has increased dramatically since we've seen about 20,000 applications in the last couple days. And increased website as well would have picked up. I wanted to share this with you just to give an idea of the program requirements. We have different creative that you've seen me click through. This is the one that's the flyer that is, can be handed out that has pretty much everything in one place for people to quickly assess if they're qualified or not. And we've done this in multiple languages as well, which are here on the screen. Traditional advertising, print advertising in all of these outlets, multilingual as I mentioned. And in social media, these are posts, organic are ones that you post and you don't pay to promote. And here's the data related to those. Overall, we've seen a good amount of share. Of course, on platforms like Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, you really only reach users if you pay for it. And so the next slide shows you some of that data. And I wanted to share the organic post, for example, had 109,000 impressions that we reached people, which is pretty remarkable because Facebook does not push commercial ads to people easily. They make you pay for it. In total, with the paid and the organic, we've had our posts shared almost 1,300 times by people who would share that with their friends and reaching more people. The total impressions from paid was about 2.5 million people that were reached on their Facebook page. The clicks to our website from social were over 10,000 as of yesterday morning. We started a new sort of approach to it to give people a fresh look, and that was a animated video version of the ad. Since yesterday, that's had 43,000 plays in just 16 hours on social media. So we're out there trying to reach people with it, and I do think it's reflected in some of the increased attention that we've received from customers and action in going ahead and applying. This is the update that we provided to our employees, asking them to share the information. We've shared it with neighborhood councils more than once, as well as the neighborhood council organizations that exist around the city. And we briefed the Neighborhood Council Advisory Committee and LANC last weekend. Here's some of the partners that we've connected with, both through Sharon's team as well as my own, in getting the word out about the program. And here's some of the examples of the shares that these organizations did with their followers on various social media platforms. Lane, LA Unified sent out an email blast to their families, which is unprecedented. We were very grateful to them for that. And we actually had an employee who was in a doctor's office who said they had just gotten an email and a call that morning about the program. One of the things we did later in the process, and that are just hitting mailboxes and I think are definitely contributing, in addition to the earned media and the email blasts have been very effective, is a paid postcard. This was not an inexpensive endeavor, but every single participant in our customer assistance programs will have received a bilingual postcard between yesterday into today. It just depends on how the post office is able to deliver those. And again, if you have any suggestions or anything you feel we've missed, we'd be happy to follow up on it. It is a function of time, and I appreciate the interest in possibly extending it. We're into week 2.5 now at 50,000, and certainly, we're going to keep driving and putting that pedal to the metal to get people to go online and learn more about it and apply.
Can you elaborate on postcard and the significance for us and history of postcards?
Postcards for us, we've had success with. I mean, in this case, this was something we had wanted to do. We knew that there was a significant cost associated with it. To mail 250,000 pieces here is $100,000 to send that out, but it's definitely paying off. And bilingual Spanish-English on the card, hitting people's mailboxes, we hope are getting their attention. To have started this during the week when everyone was focused on the election was about the hardest and worst thing. You would never choose to do that, but we knew we were constrained on time, and we did our best in the first week, and I think we're starting to see the results as we get into, as I mentioned, week 2.5 here.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I've seen it on Instagram and in my inbox. So I've saw the animated one. I really liked that one. That was very cool. And yes, election week was for many a lost week. So are there questions from commissioners who are attending remotely or comments? I see and hear none. So Commissioner Reyes, do you have anything?
Just 2 opportunities.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Commissioner Neiman Brady actually turned on her mic. Commissioner?
Go ahead.
No. Okay. Commissioner Reyes?
Just 2 opportunities that I could think of is we could put a message for folks who call in to the customer service and have that message playing as well about this program while they're on hold, right?
And Sharon, I'm pretty sure it's on.
Is
it's
it?
on the IVR, yes.
Okay. And then the other thing is Mayor Garcetti does this press conferences about COVID. Is there an opportunity for us to insert something about the program? And he mentioning it because his updates on COVID draws a lot of people to that live stream.
He mentioned it once. It was during that.
He did mention it last night or in the last couple of days. Sorry, Joe.
No, it's okay. He has mentioned it once that I'm aware of. I listened to most of yesterday's, and he may have said it again, but we'll continue to ask them to, definitely. It was there, during that first election week was the first time I knew he'd said it, and it was impossible to break through.
Right.
Yeah, I believe he did it more recently than that too, Joe.
Okay. Thank you.
I should mention there was one additional, and that was flyers. Even at the testing site at Dodger Stadium, they're handing out flyers for the program. We've tried to really look for creative ways and had some wonderful opportunities that people have identified within customer services team or my own, or people that have reached out to us and offered to distribute flyers. We're in 100,000 plus flyers at this point that have been distributed through various outlets. We want to increase that number, and so we'll continue to look for opportunities.
Don't know if I missed this, but did we have bill inserts?
We didn't have time for the print bill run, but we did through the digital email that goes out to 750,000 of our customers. About half of our customers get an update from us via email in addition to the printed bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I just have a quick question. Would now be a good time for a quick, just a break during the meeting? I know we've all been sitting for a long time. So maybe I don't know, 10-minute adjournment, if we could do that. If we could all be back in 10 minutes so we can resume. We've got a couple of other really important items to hear about. So thank you.
No objection. Hearing none.
Joe, we can't see who's on.
I was hoping to go to E because I knew that he had some comments we discussed yesterday. So perhaps
Right.
we shared the discussion with
Commissioner, we're back in session.
Terrific.
Yes, he did, and I am prepared to share them with the board.
Okay, perfect. So we'll just, I mean, Andy's at the mic, so we will go to D. We'll continue with E, I suppose, and do D following E. We need a roll call.
Yes. Commissioner Neiman Brady? Commissioner Mia Lear?
Here. Yes, here.
Thank you. Commissioner Berard?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Present.
Commissioner McLean-Hill?
Present.
5 present.
Thank you. Right now, we're going to, I've just asked that we take item E in advance of D. It's in our workforce sort of block, and then we'll move back to D and then pick up B. So, Andy, if you would begin.
Sure. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to present with you this morning, or this afternoon. So I intended to be here this morning, but all right, so I'm going to talk about our power system workforce planning, and this is a little close and a little loud there. It's scaring me. And so what I hope to leave you with today is just a better understanding of where we're at within the power system with our staffing and our resources, and what we need to, where we're at as opposed to our alignment with what, the work that we have to do that's coming up within the power system. So, I'm going to go over, these are just some of the, sort of the career path, right? So when you look at where we're at with an entry level, I started here in 1981 as an entry level worker. And then you have our trainee levels, right? And then we have our journey levels. And the journey level is really here is where the rubber meets the road. These are the people that do the work. And they're the ones that get the work done. And then we have our supervisor levels, right? And those supervise anywhere from 5 to 10 people on a crew. And then our superintendent levels, which could manage anywhere from 100 to 200 staff. And then our electric services managers, which can go anywhere from 450 to 1,500. So that's the path. We go from journey level up as we go through this progression. And when you look at sort of the key work and the responsibilities that we have that get done by these journey levels and managed by the supervisors and the superintendents, when I started as a supervisor or even as a superintendent, this list was about a third of its size. And the scope of just the different work that we've had to do and things that have come on with the different initiatives. We started back in 2007 with the Power System Reliability Program. That's, where we're hardening our distribution infrastructure, replacing poles, cross arms. And now we have wildfires. And now, so we're starting into the wildfire hardening. And then, so these same crews, these same people are doing all of this work. So, so the same crews that are running new services to new building or construction are the same crews that are out replacing cross arms, that are doing the grid hardening, that are out working in the storms, restoring power outages, that will be doing the transmission upgrades so we can get, our clean grid and the building and vehicle electrification programs going and system automation. So the scope of the work compared to even 5 to 10 years ago has increased dramatically, and part of the issue being our resources haven't grown or stayed on course with that growth in work. This is just on the management side in the power system, just a brief chart of where we're at with our current management employees that are eligible to retire over the next few years. So currently we have about 173 managers and 112 can retire today.
Jesus.
And then it grows in 2021, 2022, 2023. And so, we're in this place where, so if you look at, mainly what I'll talk about will be specified to one of our power system divisions, but it's really applicable to all of them. So when we look at our transmission distribution district supervisors, these are the ones that manage our operating districts. And so there's 36 total. 11 of them can retire now, 17 in 1 year. One of the things that's changed and has really impacted us based on things that have happened over the years is where we're at and getting people to step in. This is the first level of management in the transmission distribution district supervisor class. Now, when I stepped into that management role in 2000, I was in my late 30s. I was 38 years old. And that used to be the norm when people would step into the management role. And then would spend a good, 18 to 20 years, depending. But that's changed over the years. And if you look at the last class of superintendents we hired, we have one that was in their late 30s, one in their late 40s, and the rest are in their 50s or 50 to 53 and with various years of service. And that's kind of where we've gotten, that people are not stepping into that management role. And so what it's done is caused this constant turnover every 2 or 3 years, having to replace managers. And as we go through and have to replace them, then what that does is that impacts our staffing down in the field where it's really critically important, right? Every manager that retires that we have to replace ultimately takes a journey level person out of the field as we have to replace them. So if you look just in this one division, we had a total of 34 crews, line crews, in between the districts in 2015. So in 2014, the power system created an integrated hiring resource plan, right? For 10 years, from 2015 to 2025. In that plan, by now, we should have added approximately 20 additional line crews. And we have, so instead of going from 34, we should be at 54. Currently, we're at 29. So as opposed to adding crews, we've actually lost 5 crews during that time. And part of this is just the fact that we've lost journeymen to different utilities or contractors. So that started, about 8 years ago, 7 to 8 years ago. You remember we had the fires in Malibu, right? That decimated Malibu, and those were caused by Southern California Edison poles breaking. At that time, the CPUC put in requirements on pole loading and how much you could put on a given pole based on the poles itself and the wind loading. And when those rules came in, then that created this race for all the utilities to go out and inspect and replace all of their poles. And with that, then the investor-owned utilities, especially because they had the ability, just started hiring bodies left and right. Now, the department has a phenomenal training program. And the people I talked to from Edison that I talked to about our guys going over there, just love our guys because they're trained to work, they're trained to rig, they just have a much better training program, right? And so our guys are really attractive for them. And then, with the signing bonuses they'll offer anywhere from $25,000 to $50,000 signing bonus, increase overtime. Living in the city, you know, it's hard for a lot of our employees to afford to live close to where they work. So they live, you know, Rancho Cucamonga or Palmdale or Lancaster or different places. So we don't have districts out there, but Southern California Edison does. And so for a lot of them, they can get hired and work 5 minutes from home as opposed to driving past 2 or 3 Edison yards to get to our company and our place. Plus they get anywhere from $100 to $300 a day per diem just to show up to work. So currently we have 290 journey level workers and a vacancy of almost 200 additional that we need to hire. So part of that problem is the training program runs 42 months and we're limited by the number of crews to give the quality training that we give. So that limits the number of trainees at any given time we can have in our training program. And so in order to build our crews, we need more people in the training program to graduate them. So that's sort of that circular discussion. So when you look at PTD, power transmission distribution, these are their electric service managers. They have 7 total, 5 can retire today, 1 next year, and 1 the year after that. Power construction and maintenance, they have 13, 6 can go today, 1 more next year. And it's similar throughout the power system in their divisions. Power supply operation, our generation units, of their 25 total ESMs, 15 can go within the next year. So really, we're in this place where in order to build quality staffing, right, we need to be able to retain some of these people that are ready to retire today. We've seen, you know, multiple people retire in the last few months, and I know, you know, between February and June or July of next year, we'll see even more ready to go. And I know, you know, as we talked, I told you, I went from being a superintendent, then there's 6 levels of electrical service manager, and then the job I'm in now. I went from superintendent to my job in 3 years. The only reason I was able to do it mediocrely, which I think the way I do it now, is the fact that I had 12 years as a manager prior. I spent 12 years as a TDDS, building my management skills. Right now, we don't have that course, right? Because we're running through these manager positions so frequently that we're not allowing people to build. By the time someone, you know, learns to be a decent TDDS, it's time for them to retire, right? And so we're forcing people to move through the chain so quickly. And we need to be able to keep some of these people, build our bench in those entry-level management positions so that we can hold people down in the journey-level positions, because they're moving from journeyman to supervisor so quickly, they're not really even learning to be full journeyman yet. So now as they become a supervisor, they're learning to be a journeyman and a supervisor. And by the time they make superintendent, now they're trying to learn 3 jobs, right? And it's really difficult. So what keeps people from wanting to go into management right now? So there's a few different deterrents, right? One is the fact that in the journey level, they have a really good health plan. They have an excellent health plan. And management, we have a great health plan too, but it's different. The benefits are different. The IBW plan, because of the staff and the number of employees, has a better negotiating, set. So when you leave that plan and come into management, right, you have to change plans to still a good plan, but not quite as well. Because of IBW's membership, they're able to blend the rates. So if you have a family, husband, wife, 2 children or more, there's no out-of-pocket cost for that employee. When you come to management and you take a similar plan, now they're paying $600 and going up each year a month for that medical plan. I will tell you, when I stepped into the management role, I had just gotten divorced. I had no kids. Now I'm married. I have 3 teenage kids. I will tell you, if I was in the same place then as I am now, I wouldn't be a manager today. I would still be in IBW. So the other part is when you step in, right? Because of the deals, the crews are working a significant amount of overtime, and they're making good money making the overtime. But at the point they go to step into management, so now they've left their health plan, they're going to have to pay $500 a month, then they're going to give up that overtime to step into the management ranks. It will take them anywhere from 18 months to 4 years, depending on the level and which position they come from, to get to the top range, salary range for that promotion. So they're giving up that overtime, and they're giving up that money, and then it's taken, so then they're paying more for medical, and then it's taking longer to get to that top step. So that's a deterrent. And then because of that, what I'm hearing as we talk to the people, you know, and we meet with them constantly to talk about these issues, is why would I take that added responsibility for less money and a lesser health plan, right? So that's really what we're seeing as a deterrent for people wanting to step into this role. And it's critically important that if we're going to keep up and if we're going to build our workforce and our staffing to properly manage and keep these people safe, that we need to adjust our workforce and we need to be able to build it to the point that we can keep up with and we're more aligned with the growing amount of work that's coming. And then, you know, we have our plans for succession planning and how we succession plan and pass on that institutional knowledge. When you look at this as of October, this is total. This is the total workforce. 38% of total employees with the department are eligible to retire, and 76% of managers. The hard part is
76% of managers in the power system?
In the power system. So, but really to a degree, because of the situation we're in, the traditional view of succession planning isn't really practical, right? So where in a lot of cases we would, you know, and we do for high level, for directors and assistant directors, we succession plan. We'll hire their replacement a year ahead of time. But in the lower levels, we don't have that opportunity. And it's really just on the job training. So with that, if you have any questions.
I just have a couple of comments, and then I'll open for questions. Because I want to be, you know, really clear about some of the challenges that we are facing in the power system with respect to preparing for this huge loss or potential loss of management level employees. And also to just acknowledge that one of the reasons, or the primary reason I asked for this particular briefing is in moving out and talking to more and more people in the field. One of the casual comments that came up repeatedly was, as I was observing certain kinds of work or activity, the comment that, oh yeah, everybody in that room is eligible to retire. And some real concern about how we backfill. So in addition to having this large number of folks that are critical to overseeing certain kinds of work ready to retire, we also have a limited pool of people that are willing to move into management jobs, which is based largely on the significant imbalance between earning and benefits associated with the jobs that they're in, over and against the job that they would take on were they to move into management, and that is largely also responsible for this weighting that we're seeing in terms of employees that are towards the end of their career finally deciding, okay, I'll do the management thing now, which then results in this churning at the top. And also the necessity to move people very quickly from entry management level to senior management level, which does not produce optimum results. Is that sort of where we sit?
Exactly.
And I am particularly taken by the first slide that you showed that just identified the scope of the work that this workforce is responsible for. I know that as a board, we spend a lot of time talking about initiatives and policy objectives, et cetera, but do appreciate that it is critical that we begin to focus on the workforce alignment so that we're capable, so that we're able to achieve these objectives. And then the final thing I'll say is this also became a critical kind of point in my head following the recent heat storms and listening to the presentations that our staff was making to the City Council, knowing that I'd been out circulating, in the field as it was occurring, and recognizing that a lot of the response rates and response times and frustrations and sort of expectations of the policymakers, our ability to meet those expectations are directly related to the number of journeymen and the number of crews that we have and some of the other things that we have to deploy across this department to meet those expectations. And they're just not there.
Correct.
And that what we do have is stretched to the limit. So, so I just wanted to kind of provide at least that personal perspective around this particular presentation. And with that, to open the floor for questions that may be, we'll start again with folks that are in the that are participating remotely. Are there any questions or observations? I do have a question. I don't see anything from commissioners. All of their mics are closed. I would note and would be interested in the ratepayer advocate's perspective, because I also think back to the presentation that was made by your consultants that identified the power system as a place where we needed to focus, where we had great opportunity, were we to focus some time and attention on resources available to the power system. A and B also looked at and commented upon the significant need to address incentives related to management within the organization. So if you have any perspective around Andy's presentation, particularly as it relates to the overall health and capacity of our organization, that would be helpful.
Yes, I'd be happy. The Deputy Director, Advocate. We've done both a total compensation study and the more recent total cost study showed some fairly deep structural challenges facing the department that have been described by Andy, I think, quite
We're having trouble with your audio.
While she's fixing that, maybe I can just jump in. I think all of you have heard my push to try to figure out a hiring and advance that. And Andy, that this is certainly a problem we have to address and imminently. What can we do? What are our options?
Well, I think one of the things that complicates things, especially as we get to, I think there's two sort of phases here, right? It's going to take a longer time to be able to address the journey level situation and bringing journey levels back. I think we need to kind of look at how we do the work and maybe address. We have some internal things that we've done through the department, and there's some discussions with labor on maybe how we can change and sort of grow our forces a little bit internally to get more work done, as long as we can do it safely. But I think the focus right now needs to be on the management side and how we keep. We're going to need to figure out a way to keep people who are going to be retiring maybe this year and next year. And the hard part is, the complicated thing is there's so much work out there in this industry and such a shortage of people. That's why people are hiring our linemen, that any of these guys could retire today and start working at another contract or another place tomorrow, right? If they wanted to work after retirement. I was, telling Marty, I got a different job offer to be a general manager somewhere else that I'm not interested in. Came in the mail yesterday, right? And those come, clearly they don't understand my level of incompetence either. But I think the hard part is people have sacrificed, right? I mean, my wife will tell you, I promised her I was going to retire in 2017, right? February. And she reminds me every day I'm still here.
So can I do something? Can I just, because there is an elephant in the room and we just need to put it on the table and address it. I mean, the issue here, and one of the reluctances, to your point, Nicole, like what can we do? The first thing we can do is just acknowledge that we have an issue and commit ourselves to beginning to address it. I know that there's been a great deal of reluctance to move in that direction, in part because we continue to labor under the the handicap, at least we buy into the handicap that, LADWP are a bunch of pampered babies that make all of this money, so why are they whining? And, just be quiet, don't talk about it. And we don't really talk about anything that has money attached to it. And I've seen this presentation with actual dollars attached. And I note that it's not here now, and I do appreciate that part of that is we're not talking about entry-level, poorly paid workforce here. We're talking about a workforce that is very well paid, and that, so it becomes a challenge, at least we take it on as a challenge, to say, notwithstanding that the industry rates are X, we can't recruit managers if we're going to pay them less than the people that they supervise. That just is an issue that we have to be willing to take on, and we have to put together what would be appropriate and then go tell the policymakers in City Hall that these are the changes and the adjustments that we need to make to rates. I mean, I think a lot of this is an unwillingness to deal with the issue. There's always it's not a good time, because of this or because of that. And today, the issue is, well, gee, there's COVID, so it's not a good time. The fact of the matter is that, this department has to operate. The city of Los Angeles depends on us to provide the services that we provide. And it is time that we look at the structural issues that are inhibiting our ability to properly size our workforce, create a plan, and then move that plan forward through the bureaucratic mechanisms that exist to move it forward, and that we trust people to be able to reach intelligent, reasoned decisions about what makes sense for DWP. We don't say that enough in this room. We talk around it an awful lot, but that is how we deal with it. It's not that we don't know what to do or how to do it. It's just we haven't done it. I'm sorry, Andy, did I overstep?
No, that was perfect.
And I think that, there isn't a lot of feedback because many people in this room recognize, or on this board recognize, and I know that Commissioner Neiman Brady has been, trying in any number of ways to get her arms around staffing and workforce issues and, throughout the system. So what I would like to see moving forward, and I want to make this not as a request report back, but I would actually like to move that this that we have in January a plan presented to this commission that specifically helps, that specifically identifies the actions that staff would recommend that we take to begin to stabilize and further resolve the issues that have been presented in this particular report. So stabilize, we've got a whole lot of people that we cannot afford to lose. You know, it doesn't mean we can't lose any of them, but we can't afford to lose them all. And so we need to understand what it will take to stabilize our existing managers. We also need to understand what steps would be recommended in order for us to increase those individuals that are willing to become managers. We definitely need to increase the pool of people applying so that we have the opportunity to put people on a management track in a more logical professional life cycle or work cycle situation. So we're looking at managers that are in their, you know, first-time managers that are in their 30s that can matriculate up over a period of, you know, 10, 15 years as opposed to, you know, 3. And we also, independent of that, do need to evaluate the impact of the enhanced competition for people at the journeyman level. We just have to look at that and make some decision about how we're going to deal with the situation, both short-term and long-term. The investment that we're making in training is significant. And the idea that we are training and then losing the people that we train is a reality that we've got to confront. And some of the factors I know are short-term. Some of the factors, though, are not. And the board needs to see what options we have for addressing all of these areas. And I'd like to see that in January. This is a situation that is critical to operations and urgent, given what I've seen in the field and what your report identifies. So that would be my motion.
Is the second meeting in January good?
Second meeting in January would work. And I know that there's some work that's being done by the OPA that would be relevant to this exercise. And Camden, I'm interested in the degree to which your office might be also able to both collaborate and report back to the board on these topics in January.
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is Camden Collins, the Deputy Director of the Office of Public Accountability, and yes, we will do everything we can to get you the analytical support for taking action. I would note our prior total compensation work fed into the total cost work, and it showed both the unit cost for the labor, the average, and the total cost is average, and there was a big focus on prioritizing the many things in that study that were clamoring for attention, and the power field work definitely rose to the top in that study. So we fully support and want to continue supporting the board with moving forward and taking action that will ensure that the field work intake is supportive of the upward movement of the staff through the ranks.
Thank you. Is there a second for my motion?
I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Marty, did you have any questions or any comments that you wanted to make at this time?
No, I'm refreshed by your willingness to take on this issue. We've had a number of discussions about the issues, as well as with MEA, and because they certainly represent the people who are faced with these challenges. And so, you know, our solutions to date have been small Band-Aid fixes, which are not the right approach. So I've already been working on some ideas along these lines, so we'll be happy to bring back some steps that I think the board can take that'll make a real difference.
Any additional comments from any member of the commission before we take any action on this item? If not, Susie, would you call the roll?
Cynthia?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Susanna.
Yeah, just one, in addition, if you could include in the plan, because we're gonna be, there's urgency. This is not news for me, but this is something that, we really have to act, and act appropriately. In addition to just addressing compensation structural issues, take a look at also the job enrichment part of it, because that will help with the retention of the folks and their willingness to promote to as supervisors. And if we're talking about the next generation of workers, right, we have to think also of how we're incentivizing that transition, how we're prioritizing the opportunities for folks to step up to the management level. So I just want to emphasize that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Would you call the roll?
Commissioner Berard?
Aye.
Commissioner Lair?
She's on mute.
What are we voting on?
We're voting on a motion to have the department present a plan to the commission late January or second meeting in January that will help us to begin to address these issues.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Aye.
Commissioner Reyes?
Aye.
Commissioner McLean Hill?
Aye.
5 ayes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andy.
If I could say one positive step we did do when it comes to retaining our journey levels is we did about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, implement a tuition reimbursement program. So if they leave before 4 years after breaking out, then they owe us a payback.
It's your first tuition reimbursement.
Well, yeah, first of other ones. But so that the first class that will be the class that breaks out a year from now. So
You call it breaking out?
Well, we call it breaking out. That was before they broke out of the company, but breaking out of the training before they promote to journeyman. So that class that graduates in a year will be the first class that tuition reimbursement applies to, and then we'll see how well that goes and whether it gets challenged or not.
Well, thank you. I look forward to the report back in January.
Thank you.
At our next board meeting, so I look forward to the report back. And with that, we will, you said you're going to be around for a minute, David? We will move to the next item on our agenda, which is...
Madam President, I would just advise if we're finished with...
Yes, we have to close this. We will now close the 1:30 meeting.
The special meeting on item 8B, correct?
Yes, so we're adjourning the special meeting on item 8B. And we can now move to, is it item D that we're at this juncture?
Yes, you would be reconvening.
Yes, we're reconvening the 10 a.m. meeting, and we'll consider item D. Which is our last management report before we get to our action agenda.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. And I do want to say we very much appreciate all of the investment of time and work associated with your leading this effort, David. And while Anne is getting ready to present the next item, I just want to acknowledge the ongoing stakeholder meetings that we've had on this topic. Appreciate their input. Certainly appreciate the staff's both flexibility and creativity, and am looking forward to the ongoing engagement as we continue to think through and develop these efforts. So, and with that.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Santilli, Department Chief Financial Officer. So in August of this year, the council introduced motion 201043. It was introduced by Council President Nuri Martinez, and it instructed the department to report back on a proposal that would address debt relief, and then the motion had said forgiveness of debt for our low-income customers, and also to look at analysis for bill stabilization, new debt prevention options, and one of the things that they've proposed is percentage of monthly income billing. As a reminder, some of the things that the department is already doing is we're relaxing our collection rules. We have a moratorium on shutoffs. We are implementing the CARES utility grant, and we have extended payment arrangements. DWP currently has approximately 219,000 discount customers. Of that, 17,174 power customers that are low income have a 6.5 million arrears balance over 120 days from March to September. And of that, 2,995 water low-income customers have a balance of approximately $1 million in arrears that is over 120 days. We took a little deeper dive into that, and we identified 766 power customers with an arrears balance of 773,000 that have, over the last couple of years, had trouble making payments, and 108 water customers with 192,000 in arrears that have had trouble making payments over the last 2 years. And so what we'd like to do is start a pilot program. This is a framework which would reduce the department's arrears while working with these severely behind customers. To qualify for this pilot program, customers would need to be low income, and they would need to sign up and take part of the program. This program would have customer benefits. It would assist with their balance due. What we would like to do is offer home energy water audits so that they could be provided to look at what they're using water and power for. And once we have the audits done, utilize our conservation program so that we could make improvements to the premise. And then verify that the customer is signed up for not only our discount program, but any other discount programs that the state may offer or somebody else. And then to help them keep current on their billing, enroll them in monthly billing. We currently offer our Lifeline customers monthly billing, but we want to do this for low-income customers in this area as well. And then what we also want to do is we want to prepare a kind of an in-depth survey for these customers to fill out to tell us what is working for them. Are our billing practices working for them? Are our discount programs working for them? Are our conservation programs working for them? You know, a lot of times you look at what industry is doing, but you want to get true customer impact. And so if they fill out these surveys, that will help us improve our discount programs, improve our conservation programs, then we would be looking to potentially give them a credit on their bill that would help them with their arrears management and help them move forward paying their bill monthly. That's the customer's benefit. From the department's benefit, this would bring down our arrears balance. It would also we would gain knowledge on our low-income discount customer needs, gain insight into our conservation programs on how they could be improved and updated, and also gain pros and cons on monthly billing. In the future, we'd also like to offer flat billing or budget billing. So we'd like to gain knowledge on this so that we can tailor our programs that's going to best suit our customers. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Sharon, and she's going to help out to discuss the non-discount program customers.
I'm here. I'll do it.
Okay. One less wipe down.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners, general manager. And to expand further on the concept that Ann introduced regarding support for customers that really have fallen into a greater need regarding their utility arrears. We're also looking at ways to help customers that aren't necessarily on our discount programs, but they've experienced some financial hardship. For example, we have over 50,000 non-discount customers who were current this year in March, and now have a balance that's over 120 days past due. So clearly a new situation for a lot of our residents. Our current notification process, just to sort of, to explain the baseline here, normally we interact with customers in a very collections-oriented basis. So we send them, you paid late, or your bill is coming due, or might send you a disconnect notice. And so it's very collections-based communications with customers. And while we do offer pay plans, customers can get on our website and offer pay plans automatically, different types of pay plans based on what works for them. Again, the particular nature of these pay plans they don't show up on the bill. The payment's not showed up on the bill. The customer has to sort of write down what their payment schedule is. And so it's very difficult for customers to maintain payment of these pay plans because we really don't make it easy for them to recall what their payments are. So what we're looking at right now is a much more proactive outreach plan. So what we're looking at is sending an assistance letter to customers. When a customer has a balance that's over 120 days past due, so for example, a residential customer, that would be 2 bills, we would send them a letter and talk to them about how we can actually help them. This isn't an indication like you owe us money, this is a past due notice. No, this is more of a supportive letter where we say, listen, is there any way we can help you? There's pay plans. We can sign you up for monthly billing. We have discount programs. We can give you we can come to your home or remotely. You can experience a water or energy audit, and we can really work with them to sign them up for every single program that they're qualified to enroll in. And so this is, moving on to the proposed follow-up mechanisms. And so if a customer does respond to that letter, then we can, set them up on a pay plan or whatever they choose. And here's what's really key here. If they call us and get enrolled into a pay plan, we'll automatically put them on monthly billing, and we'll also automatically send them how much they owe, the due date of the pay plan, that we received a payment, what remaining payments they have. We'll make sure that they get a monthly bill with a monthly read so they have a much more recent understanding of what their usage patterns are. And in this way, we feel that we can help the customer stay more current with their utility bill by giving them more feedback and support. Okay, next slide. In addition, not only just focusing on the bill piece of our relationship, it's also, we're a utility that offers a lot of different things for customers, but we don't necessarily make it easy for them to understand what's applicable to them personally. And so we have discount programs that we can just explain, you're eligible for this, this, and this. So it could be the Lifeline program. It could be a physician's assisted discount program. We can provide them with the audits. We can schedule the audits for them. We can send a text reminder that the audit is coming soon. We can have it a virtual audit. We can even do a virtual meeting with them. We can mail them the results so they can understand the benefits of installing certain devices in their home. And once we have this audit, then we can sort of streamline the ability for them to get all of these different programs, like tune-ups, rebates. We'll fast track for these specific customers. We'll fast track the rebates and applications for these programs for them. Okay.
So our next steps is to identify a program manager, to develop our survey materials, develop the new letters and the workflow to help our customers in arrears, and our targeted rollout is March or April of 2021.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions or just a couple of comments before we move into questions. First is what's missing is a level pay option, which is from all of the outreach that we've done is a critical component to assisting customers in managing their bills. And so I would expect that we would continue to work toward a level pay option. And then at this juncture, I'm not sure we're at a next steps sort of place since we're still getting input on the actual, because for instance, Sharon, you presented a list of ideas, like we could do this, we could do that, we could do this. I think that what the board would be acting on is not what we could do, but a proposal that says this is what we plan to do. And with respect to Also, with respect to the universe of customers to whom the assistance would, the piece that you spoke to, the slide says non-low-income customers or non-discount customers. From my perspective, that would be available to any customer who wasn't included in the universe of customers for whom we would be considering more aggressive measures that were identified in the presentation that Ann made. I mean, essentially, Sharon, what you rolled out, or what you described, is the range of activities that we should be thinking through and planning forward in order to help any customer that has evidencing difficulty with meeting their payments to the department. And I just want to make one quick observation. In the course of some of the conversations that we were having with stakeholders, Marty, something that came up that I thought was very interesting is Sharon or Ann pointed out that when a customer reaches, when they see a spike in water usage, that we actually affirmatively reach out to that customer and say, hey, there's this big spike in your water usage. Maybe you've got a leak. Let us come out. We can. You may want to look for a leak. We can help you, etc. And it occurred to me that, of course, we do that because we were concerned about water conservation, and so we were being very proactive in terms of working with our customers to help both them save the money associated with that leak, but also to meet our objective of water conservation. Whereas, as I understand it, currently the department doesn't even do anything other than send a bill that says you're past due to a customer until they reach $1,000 in arrears to the department. Then we move from past due to, gee, you better pay us or we're going to cut you off. As opposed to seeing customers that are having difficulties with their utility debt and affirmatively reaching out to those customers regardless of how big their arrears is. And suggesting that, hey, we see you're struggling, let us let you know what we can do together to help you bring your utility debt, both manage your arrears, but also perhaps reduce your usage of services, and to find other ways that you can help pay this debt off. So it just really, from my perspective, becomes the prism that we are using in terms of how we are dealing with and what our priorities are as it relates to servicing our customers. So I'm very, again, grateful for all of the people that have been involved in this brainstorming process. I think a lot of good has emerged from it. I look forward to both feedback from commissioners and also for seeing additional development so that we can actually have something that can be presented to the commission, timely, and move forward. And finally, there is urgency around this because that March-April date aligns with where a lot of folks think we may be with respect to ending the moratorium on shutoffs. I mean, at some point that is going to end, and we do have to have in place a way of, creating a smooth landing for our customers that may be impacted by that. So with that, I'll look at the board to see, or at the screen for any comments. Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just one, you said that one of the next steps is to identify a program manager, and I was hoping you could elaborate on what that means. Does that mean selecting an individual within the staff to sort of orchestrate it? Does it mean hiring an outside entity to do it? What does that mean?
Yeah, that's why, my comment was, I don't think we're at these next steps. I think that we're still thinking through both what we're going to do and then how it would be implemented. I think it's a little premature to be at program manager identification or some of these other things. I think really what's meant is thinking through how this might be implemented internally, because there are a lot of implementation issues that have to be worked out before we have something before there's something that can actually be presented.
Yeah, fair enough.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none, Commissioner Reyes?
Just on the structure part of it, how ready are we? I mean, a number of these initiatives hang on our bill, right? The notification, all of that. Where are we with that? I know your rollout is March, April. Is that timeline adequate?
It sounds like we might need to move a little quicker than that, but it's just an idea. This is our framework, and so we're still collecting input as to how is the best way to address this debt issue for our customers, and how can we be proactively helping them have an affordable bill.
I mean, some of it for Commissioner Reyes. For instance, we do offer monthly billing now for certain customers. Mm-hmm. The ability to scale that up is a staff allocation issue relative to folks just to go out and read the meters. So, so we have the ability to do that. There's staffing considerations associated with that. So the logistics of a lot of this is being worked through. Okay. The level pay aspect of it is something that we don't currently have the capacity to do. However, we are looking at acquiring that capacity. And then some of these pieces, what we're seeking to do is to be able to move forward independent of technological limitations. Things like being proactive in terms of communicating with our customers. And we've seen that we can be proactive and effective in communicating with customers. I think Joe Romalo's presentation made that clear. To the extent that we've not prioritized standardized communications that are simple and clear and supportive, that's just something that we have to shift to do. So a lot of the logistics are looking at internally what kinds of shifts would need to be made in order to execute a program. And then where there are technology pieces of it, how do we achieve that within existing technology, and or are there short-term solutions that can be implemented to move it forward? But I think that's sort of where we are. Again, this was just a window into what's being thought about and how we might begin to address the questions around working with customers that have long-term debt, and how we might address that, and then how we address how we change our protocols and practices, procedures in a way that would make managing utility debt easier and more affordable for customers.
So one of my expectations is that we are going to be able to potentially increase the number of participants in our low-income discount programs, because then we'll be targeting the folks that we may not have been able to reach, but are now reaching because of their arrears. Thank you.
Marty.
No, I was going to say, you're absolutely correct about the outreach, and I think, as Sharon noted, that changing our tone and how we approach customers and going from vinegar to honey would be a step in the right direction in terms of working and reaching out to our customers to be more of a partner in helping them, with their utility debt, as opposed to sending collection notices. So I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Joe's demonstrated we could get a hold of people. Now you have to tailor that message to make sure that we set up that relationship.
Thank you. This will be continued, and we would expect to be back to this board early next year, likely January, with something much more specific and potentially actionable. So thank you both. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our management reports. Is there any comment or any presentation around filed items? 9A. Any questions with respect to filed items? Seeing and hearing none. We'll take up at this point item 21, which is the LAUSD item. That's been called by Commissioners Reyes and Berard. Is there a presentation that's needed, or are there questions?
I just have questions.
Okay, terrific.
And a comment, yeah.
Terrific. Mr. Jaco is, as he promised, back. David.
Okay.
Good afternoon again.
As you know, Mr. Jaco,
Yes.
we worked together a couple of years ago with the LAUSD regarding water conservation and how to work with the kids at the LAUSD schools to have them understand how you recycle water and you don't just flush it down the drain because the school district was flushing 60,000 gallons of water down the drain every morning, and which was just, and that was during our drought. So I think that what the idea of the bucket brigade was to change the thinking of the kids in the school and their parents as to how to use water and how to reuse the water. The idea was that you run the water fountains, which you couldn't drink from because they were too old and were rusty. You run the water, you put it in the bucket, and then you water trees with it, or plants or flowers. And the school district said that this was their major use of water, was to water the plants at the school, but they were just flushing it down the drain. And I don't see anything in this MOU, as good as it sounds, where it talks about water conservation incentives and education. I don't see anything that includes all the work that we did on the bucket brigade. And as you know, we did have a kickoff at Walter Reed Junior High, and we had a school board member there, and we were going to work in conjunction with all the neighborhood councils in the valley, and that they were waiting for their buckets because they were going to work with the schools to put their names on the buckets, and that would be a way to change the thinking of the parents and the students. And so I'm concerned about that because it's been a couple of years now, at least, 2 or 3 years since we came up with this idea, and we have the buckets, but we're not doing anything regarding the bucket brigade. And I'm just wondering what your thinking is on this, and if your department is going to do anything regarding the bucket brigade, because it seems as though if I don't mention it, nobody mentions it. It just kind of sits there, and we did a lot of work on this. So I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on this.
Sure. I'll offer some, and we've got some folks from Water Conservation to talk a little bit about that as well. But yes, background: the bucket brigade was originally conceptualized as something to help with the flushing issue at LAUSD campuses due to leaded fixtures. I was ultimately determined that that dumping that flush water, which has lead in it, onto the landscaping and having the kids hauling that water around was not something that was going to work. However, we did take the larger bucket brigade idea, create the buckets, and use it to promote water conservation. And we'll get in a little more detail there. The flushing issue has been fully resolved. All the water faucets, water fountains that had leaded components for that required the flushing has been completely fixed as of, I want to say, 3 or 4 years ago. And then another high-level thing I'd like to mention is that this MOU is not is not an absolute, comprehensive, complete picture of everything we do with LAUSD. We have a lot of ongoing activities with LAUSD. This MOU is specific about, most specifically about retrofitting their lighting systems to high efficiency, high technology controlled systems in the schools. There's a component for piloting emerging technologies at LAUSD's request. There's a component for water conservation devices at high efficiency water urinals and toilets at LAUSD. And there's a component for curriculum efforts at LAUSD. And those are all relatively open-ended in how they're explained in the MOU. And that's by design, because we want to have the capability and the flexibility to try different things. LAUSD will hear about something they're interested in. We'll see if it fits within the scope of the MOU. If we're both in agreement, we'll go forward and do it. So that I introduced that because we have educational STEM components, water conservation, water recycling, education components in other areas of our efforts with LAUSD outside of this particular MOU. Just some quick numbers here. Since October of 2019, we've distributed over 4,400 buckets through the Bucket Brigade program, and it was distributed primarily through one of our community-based partnerships with the Wildwoods Foundation. We have on stock about 1,500 more buckets that can be distributed once LAUSD schools reopen in person. We can certainly order more as deemed desirable.
David, can I just ask a quick clarification?
So what are they doing with the buckets?
One thing we educate the kids on is to use the buckets at home to capture the water from the sink or the shower while we're waiting for it to warm up, and then go dump that outside on plants, use that for irrigation.
Right. So that was Commissioner Rod had actually talked about that idea of collecting water indoors and be able to use it outdoors for that reason. So just to clarify, because I know it's been a topic that the Commissioner brought up, and we worked very closely with LAUSD to try to make use of the water, but the actual flushing of the faucets that they did because of the lead issue in their lines, we know that was a big infrastructure program for them. So that program for LAUSD, they have rectified that situation, and so they're no longer flushing the lines on a daily basis, correct? So now the secondary use of the buckets is the home use, carrying the water conservation message home and being an example for their parents. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner Berard, did you have additional questions?
Well, I just wanted to add that Council Member Nuri Martinez was anxious to do a kickoff in her area of the valley, and she was on board to get her schools together and the neighborhood councils together and to do a kickoff there. And we really have never gotten together with her because it's just never, moved. And I would hope that we would be able to do that because it worked so well when we did it at Walter Reed in North Hollywood. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to see this, continue. And really, it does change. It's not only for the kids, it's also their parents, when they're waiting for the water to get hot in the shower or the sink, they fill the bucket. And I know that's what we do and my grandchildren do. And then they go out and they water the bushes and, the landscaping. And I think that this is what we should encourage. I think, we're in a drought and we should do what we can to educate the community on what it means to reuse and to recycle the water.
Thank you, Commissioner Berard. Are there any other questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Reyes.
My interest in this project is more on the resiliency portion because climate change is here, right? And how do these programs address the resiliency portion of our goals here? Working in partnership with LAUSD, how do we increase that? And what are the intersections that we need to be aware of in terms of our programs? Because this one is very narrow. When we talk about the MOU between DWP and LAUSD, it's really more of the direct install program and some of the pilot projects. I'm also interested in increasing the education and awareness part, like the Bucket Brigade. We only have $500,000 there. Maybe we could increase it some more. And I'm glad that you mentioned that there is some flexibility in how the program is going to be implemented, because we've done this for years now. So just the resiliency portion, if you can just address that.
Yeah, so I think, resiliency is a pretty holistic topic, and that goes right in hand with what I mentioned earlier, that this MOU is one facet of our larger efforts with LAUSD. And you're right, it is narrowly focused on the areas it covers. But LAUSD, in cooperation with us, has a number of initiatives that are ongoing. One was, this program, the direct install portion of it focused on lighting and lighting controls. And so, really getting those, because that's a big bang for the buck area. For schools that had more opportunity or didn't have the lighting opportunity but had more complicated opportunity like air conditioning and other systems, they took advantage of California's Prop 39, which provided funding for school retrofit and modernization, and we helped them dramatically with that over the course of that program. I think it's wrapping up now, but over 39 schools have come through our custom performance program, which gives incentives for those types of measures. So they get funding from the state to do the project. We give them the incentive. Then they can back that funding out and do more schools. So where I'm going with this is these multifaceted efforts have given us numerous ways to more comprehensively aid the schools than it sounds like what you're seeing here just with the MOU. Beyond that, they've been very proactive with solar installations and I think a lot of landscape high-efficiency irrigation measures as well. You had specifically asked about trees, and I was able to round up some information that trees were planted outside as outside grants to green 39 schools in Cal EnviroScreen designated disadvantaged communities over the last 4 years. A new grant will cover the hottest schools in the San Fernando Valley.
Right.
Yeah. So there is some work happening there as well.
Trees are important.
Very.
Thank you.
Very.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, is there a motion for this item? A motion to approve?
I move approval.
Is there a second? I'll second. Would you please call the roll, Susie?
Commissioner Berard?
Aye.
Commissioner Laird? Commissioner?
I do a lot of work with LAUSD, so I think I might have to recuse myself. I don't know. This is always. I'm trying to get some clarification about my the ethics around this issue for me.
Commissioner Lara, this is Richard Tom on behalf of the Legal Division. I think given that situation, while we're discussing, that's probably the better course of action is to recuse. We can discuss at a later point what the correct process is for handling that, but for purposes of now, I think that's probably appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Approved.
Commissioner Reyes?
Aye.
Commissioner McLean Hill?
Aye.
4 ayes.
Terrific. Thank you. We now need item 27.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, David. Item 27, also called by Commissioner Berard, water supply assessment. Is there a question, or would you like a presentation on this?
I have a couple of questions. Thank you. I wondered what the boundary line is for the Universal City project, because I know that the hotel is in the city, but the park in the county. So if somebody could just tell me what, if we've looked at the boundary of the Universal City project.
All right. Good afternoon, President McLean Hill and Commissioners. DeLon Kwan, Assistant Director of Water Resources. So in answer to the question about where the boundaries are, I do have a map of the slide that shows where the boundary of the project site is with respect to, I think you're referring to where the Universal Studios theme park is. And so I think if you look at the slide that's shown right now on the graphic to the right, it's the area that is bounded by the yellow boundary. There is where the project site is. So the project site right now does have the existing Hilton hotel that's there. It's the existing, I think, 24-story hotel. And what the proposed project is going to build is a new 17-story new hotel, about 395-room new hotel. So this area is within the city boundary. I think what you're referring to on the bigger Universal Studio Park, you're correct. That part of the property is a pretty huge property. I think there are portions of that park, theme park, that is part of the county and some parts that are part of the city. But this particular proposed project location is within the city boundaries, and the city DWP does provide water service to that existing private property.
Okay, my second question is, what are the additional voluntary conservation measures that that this will cover?
Okay, so that's another good question. Obviously, with a lot of these large developments that do come before our water system evaluate, we do want to make sure that a lot of these developments are using the latest ordinance requirements in terms of water use efficiency. So a lot of that, the ordinance had taken care of a couple years ago in mandating more high efficiency water use type plumbing fixtures. So a lot of the opportunities for these large developers to do additional voluntary water conservation measures are not that much, just because it's transitioned over time from the voluntary now to be ordinance requirements. But this particular project developer, when we work with them during this water supply assessment, they were able to achieve additional voluntary measures through using high efficiency toilets, going to the, I forgot what type fixtures, but obviously high efficiency toilets more than what the current standard is, and then using more high efficiency shower heads and certain water efficient type urinals, and then on the outdoor landscape using drip irrigation and using more portion of drought tolerant plants. So when you look at the additional voluntary commitments that they're doing here, they're able to achieve probably about another additional 2% voluntary savings based on those commitments.
I noticed that a lot of hotels now, if they don't wash your towels, if you don't put them on the floor, so I guess they're saving water that way.
Thank you. Marty, did you have a comment?
No, I didn't.
Okay, perfect. I just have a quick question. Did you have a heads up on the question, or are you just that good that you had a map ready to go?
No, we typically, on these WSAs, we show the project vicinity, just because some of these projects are all over the city and we want to kind of give the board an idea where these are located.
just ready.
No,
Okay,
Delon is just that good. No.
He is that good.
Never disappoint. Never disappoint.
Just that good. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm just quite impressed, as always, with water. If we could is there a motion to approve item 27?
I move.
I make the motion to approve.
So I have a motion to approve from Jill, second from Commissioner Reyes. Would you please call the roll, Susie?
Commissioner Lair?
Yes.
Neiman Brady?
Yes.
Reyes?
Yes.
McLean Hill?
Yes.
Berard?
Yes.
5 yes.
Perfect. Then we have item 29. That's been called by Commissioner Neiman Brady. Commissioner, would you like a presentation, or do you have questions?
No. At this time, I just want to modify the request. I, have been talking to Sharon and trying to dig into this one a little bit, and I'd like to modify it such that we do not extend the recertification period from 3 years to 5 years. I think the activity of removing the documentation and the expected marketing activity should provide significant boost to the program, and I'd like to see what kind of traction we get there before removing the recertification extension or extending the recertification. So my motion would be to approve 29.
Yes.
But only with maintaining the 3-year recertification period.
So we're essentially amending item 29 to delete the extension of the 3-year certification to a 5-year certification. Other than that, we're moving that motion forward. So I take that as the motion. Does this have to be in the form of a motion to amend?
It would be a motion to amend the resolution that currently exists.
The resolution before us in item 29 to delete the provision that would extend the recertification period to 5 years. That is Commissioner Neiman Brady's motion. I second. Is there a discussion? If there's no further discussion, could you call the roll, Susie?
Commissioner Berard?
I approve.
Commissioner Lair?
I don't see her on the screen. Could you keep moving?
Commissioner Lair?
Yes. I concur with Commissioner Neiman Brady on her assessments.
Okay, so that's an aye on the motion.
Commissioner Neiman Brady?
Approved.
Reyes?
Aye.
McLean Hill?
Aye.
5 ayes.
So with that, I think we've concluded the open session of our meeting and are prepared to move into closed session at this juncture.
Correct. The board shall recess into closed session for a conference with legal counsel regarding the items identified on the agenda. The board shall publicly report any action taken in closed session and the vote or abstention of every member present thereon in accordance with Section 54-957.1 of the California Government Code. So we are adjourned.
Okay, thank you so much. And if we could, I know, super late. It's 10 minutes after 3. I think we can do the closed session pretty briefly.
Yes.
So if we could just call right back in, that would be terrific.
Yes.
And then we could conclude the meeting.
Great, thank you.
We're closing the mics. Please remain silent.